You are now watching the Austro-China Forum. Welcome to our panel today on climate change. We are thrilled to have an amazing lineup of panelists and speakers today, and we will cover topics around science, technology, economics, and policy. We are thrilled to have the Minister of the Chinese Embassy in the United Kingdom, Mr. Yang Xiaoguang, today to share with us his insight on climate change, as well as China's effort in combating climate change. And we are welcoming you, Mr. Minister Yang, to deliver us a speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. It is a real delight to join you at the Energy and International Relations panel of Oxford China Forum 2022. This panel offers a good opportunity for us to have in-depth discussions on the issues of energy crisis and climate change, and to share our thoughts on ways to address these challenges and realize harmonious coexistence between man and nature. Energy is the lifeblood of modern society. After the 18th century, the wide application of coal, petroleum, and electricity fueled the first and second industrial revolutions and brought human civilization from the agricultural age to the industrial age. Energy became an important driving force for world economic growth. While the industrialization created enormous material wealth, mankind's excessive use of natural resources has had an impact on the ecological balance and led in part to climate change. Biodiversity loss and a host of other problems, these reveal the increasingly prominent and deep-seated problems between man and nature, and the severe challenges to the survival and development of mankind. For the sake of mankind's shared future, we must join hands, accelerate energy transition, address climate change, and promote green development. We need to foster a new pattern of harmonious coexistence between man and nature. First, we should give priority to ecological conservation and work together to build a community of all life on Earth. President Xi Jinping has reiterated on many occasions that lucid waters and lush mountains are mountains of gold and silver. We should protect the ecological environment as we protect our eyes, and treat the ecological environment as we treat our lives. Ecological conservation is one of the 5 prongs of China's overall development plan, the other 4 being economic, social, political, and cultural development. This highlights the priority of eco-conservation in the guidelines of China's governing party. In the spirit of a community with the shared future for mankind, China calls on the international community to join hands to promote the sustainable development of energy, address climate change, preserve biological diversity, and build a clean and beautiful world. Second, we should focus on actions and accelerate the transition to green development. Ancient Chinese believed that successful governance relies on solid action. Only actions will turn visions into reality. Since 2020, President Xi Jinping has reiterated on many occasions that China strives to realize carbon peaking before 2030 and carbon neutrality before 2060. To reach these goals, China has released 2 policy directives: working guidance for carbon dioxide peaking and carbon neutrality in full and faithful implementation of the New Development Philosophy and the action plan for carbon dioxide peaking before 2030. Specific implementation plans for areas such as energy, industry, and construction will be rolled out to form the 1+N policy framework for carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. At the just concluded two sessions, namely the sessions of the National People's Congress and the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conferences, it was emphasized that once again that China will continue improving the ecological environment and promoting green and low carbon development. China has the world's largest market for emissions trading and renewable energy. We also boast the largest scale clean power generating system. The installed capacity of renewable energy in China exceeds 1 billion kilowatts, accounting for 29.5% of the country's overall electricity consumption. Going forward, China will continue to implement the new development philosophy that highlights innovative, cooperative, green, open, and shared development. Give priority to ecological conservation and remain committed to the path of green and low carbon development. Third, we should uphold multilateralism and improve global governance on climate response and environmental protection. When tackling global challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss, multilateralism is the right prescription. Last year, China successfully held the first part of COP15 to the Convention on Biological Diversity and took an active part in COP26 to the UNFCCC. Together with the international community, we sent out a positive message of upholding multilateralism and stepping up concerted action. The international community should build a global environmental governance system that is fair, reasonable, and win-win. In particular, the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities should be upheld. Developed countries should take the lead in stepping up actions that live up to their pledges on funding at an early date. They should facilitate developing countries' efforts in addressing climate change, preserving biodiversity, and achieving sustainable development. The second part of COP15 will be held in Kunming, China, later this year. As the chair of the conference, China looks forward to working with all the relevant parties, including the UK, to find common ground, build up consensus, and bridge differences under the principles of fairness, transparency, and parties-driven process. Our goal is to formulate an ambitious, balanced, and pragmatic post-2020 global biodiversity framework and inject a strong impetus to the green and sustainable development in the world. Fourth, we should increase support for developing countries and revitalize the cause of global development. At the UN General Assembly last year, President Xi Jinping proposed a global development initiative calling on the international community to pay attention to the pressing problems facing developing countries. This initiative aligns with the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and will contribute to the common development of the world. It is open to the whole world to be used as public goods. As a Chinese idiom goes, it is more important to pass on fishing skills than to hand out fish. China has made the utmost efforts to help developing countries build up green development capabilities. from supporting climate monitoring with satellite technology in Africa and building low-carbon pilot zones in Southeast Asia, to introducing energy-saving bulbs to small island countries. China's cooperation with partners in the less developed regions of the world has produced tangible results. China has also included ecological conservation as an important part of our cooperation on the Belt and Road Initiative. We have taken a number of measures to encourage green infrastructure, energy, transportation, and finance, with a view to benefiting the peoples along the Belt and the Road. No country should be left behind. China stands ready to join hands with all parties to implement the Global Development Initiative and make positive contribution to green global development. China and the UK are both important global players and should make more contribution to the progress of mankind. There are huge potentials for cooperation between our two countries in green finance, green technology, renewable energy, civilian use of nuclear energy, electric vehicles, and carbon capture and storage. We stand ready to enhance policy dialogue and coordination, as well as practical cooperation with the international community, including the UK, on green development and ecological conservation. This will bring benefit to the peoples of both countries and contribute to the building of a community of all life on Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this forum is a gathering of not only business and academic leaders, but also young people who are full of vigor, ideas, and ambitions. I hope you will make good use of this opportunity to share your thoughts, generate new ideas, and contribute to international cooperation on climate response and biodiversity preservation. It is only by working together that mankind can realize green development and build a community of all life on Earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Yang, for setting up a bigger picture for our discussion today. And we really believe that, as what you said for the Chinese idiom, that passing on the tool to fish is more important than passing on the fish themselves. So thank you so much, Minister Yang, for setting up the bigger picture, and we look forward to the discussion today. You're now watching the Oxford China Forum. We are having amazing lineup of speakers and panelists today. And before we dive into today's discussion, let us take a brief look at our panelists today. First up on the screen, we have Mr. Martin Wolf, the Associate Editor and Chief Economics Commentator at Financial Times. He received the Commander of British Empire status in the year 2000. And second on the screen, we have Dr. Steve Smith, the Executive Director of the Net Zero Initiative at Oxford Smith School of Enterprise and Environment. He contributed to the most recent UNEP Emissions Gap Report as a lead author of the chapter analyzing national net zero commitments. We also have Dr. Jonathan Wozel, McKinsey Global Institute Director and Senior Partner in Shanghai, in China. He leads research and helps cities and regions create sustainable growth, and supports the transformation of Asian companies into global champions. Last but not least, we have Dr. Liu Ke, the Chair Professor of the Southern University of Science and Technology, the Dean of School and Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and Dean of Clean Energy Institute. He works on promoting international collaboration and on clean energy and environmental protection, especially in China. And just to remind our guests as well as our audience that today's event was begun by Minister Yang's keynote address just now. Then we will go into our roundtable discussion. And if we have time, we will have a brief question and answer session. So we are now at a very special time. COVID-19 is coming to an end, hopefully. So our biggest question is, what is the way forward? So let's start perhaps with the broader context of today's world, COVID-19, as well as the idea of green recovery. So I'd like to ask all of our panelists, what does green recovery mean to climate change? And how optimistic are you about the green recovery in your own sector? Perhaps to kick off the discussion, could we invite Mr. Wolf? You were calling to combine the growth strategy, taxation, and the ambitious climate goals to fit together. Do you see it coming?
Let me make 2 or 3 points, and I'll try to do them briefly because this is a very, very big question. And obviously, the first is, unfortunately, it doesn't seem that we're going to have a very smooth recovery in the world economy, to put it mildly. First, obviously, COVID-19 has not gone. It's not gone in China. We can see this very clearly in recent weeks. I think China will find it has to change its strategy, but it's clearly battling hard to suppress it. And that is true now. There are large parts of the world where vaccination rates are low and we have very infectious variants, and they continue to be very serious concerns. And of course, there might be a resurgence with worse variants, though I am no expert on this. So I think it's optimistic to say that COVID-19 is in the past. Second, as we came out of COVID-19, we've had a very bumpy, uneven recovery across the world. The developed countries were doing pretty well in terms of output, getting back to trend. And we were very optimistic that by the end of this year, most developed countries will be sort of back on their pretty poor pre-crisis growth trend. But most emerging and developing countries, including, in fact, China, were below their pre-crisis trend, though well below it, though growing quite strongly. But we're already very, very concerned about inflation and shortages, supply shocks. It was a very problematic, worrying recovery. And I think inflation myself, I've written this many times, is a really big concern. And then, of course, we have the not so small matter of the Russia-Ukraine war, the embargoes on Russia, the growing tensions these have created politically, but fundamentally economically, with massive surges in energy prices and food prices. So we're going to have to say that talking about recovery at the moment looks a bit optimistic. We don't know what's going to happen. We really don't. Then there's the question of the green recovery. My sense of it at the moment is that the only big part of the world economy that is sort of trying, I think pretty half-heartedly, but he's really sort of trying to make the recovery green in the sense of changing the structure of the economy in the recovery, is the European Union, which has been relatively serious about this and made it a sort of central part of its recovery strategy. But it's still grossly underfunded. And there are very large areas of policy where what green recovery means are not worked out there, or in the UK, which is also, believe it or not, relatively advanced in this. So I would say that, and I always have said this, these are quite nice slogans. We have made real technological progress, but in policy terms and in terms of actual investments that will bring about the sort of transformation in emissions that the experts have been calling for, halving of emissions by the end of this decade, we haven't even begun to get on to the path that this would require. I think it's very, very important to crucially to stress that we shouldn't be complacent in any way. Rhetoric is not a substitute for action. And mostly, in my view, what we are seeing is rhetoric. And I don't see anything that one call globally or even in developed countries a genuinely green recovery happening now. So that's how I would summarize my view of where we are.
Thank you for your comments. And we indeed note that there is a significant underfunding for the Green Recovery Initiative. So perhaps, Dr. Wazzle, I think McKinsey Institute estimated that we need around 9.2 trillion in order to fund the plan for green recovery. So do you think that the estimate could change under the current COVID status, or do we actually need more or less?
Thank you, Shija. And it's always difficult to follow Martin. So I hesitate to do so. But let's talk about the numbers. Just to clarify one thing, McKinsey did not forecast this transition. What we did was to take a forecast from the Network for Greening the Financial System and derive the economic implications of that. The forecast itself is from the NGFS, which reflects one view of how one would get to net zero, and in a relatively, the word being used is orderly fashion. There are other views, and there are other transitions. We may well be in a context where we will see other transitions. Those other transitions would likely be more, not less expensive than the orderly transition. If for no other reason, then we will have continued to invest in more high carbon assets than we would under the orderly transition, and as a result, have a greater burden to retire those assets prematurely and to essentially reimagine, rebuild, reinvest in our energy and land use systems. So with that said, I think it's too soon to say, frankly. I mean, I think that we are still, if we live up to all of the commitments that have been made at COP26, we are not on track to a net zero transition, and that hasn't changed. So the appropriate framing is, will we gain the consensus to raise the aspirations in a very short period of time, in the next 24 to 36 months, let's say at the outside, in order to be consistent with an orderly transition? From our numbers, the stakes are, may change a bit, but that's the critical question, is whether we gain the consensus in the next 24 to 36. I should only close by saying we don't think that this is a matter necessarily of technology, that there are technical challenges, notably with the scaling up of supply chains to deploy renewable energies and at scale, and hydrogen and many other aspects of the transition. But by and large, most of the technology itself that we need is known and commercialized and can be scaled. So the challenge here is equal parts economic and, if you will, political, to gain that consensus.
Thank you. And we note that also the energy related technology is crucial, as well as what Dr. Wazzle comments. So perhaps could we ask Professor Liu, you were mentioning that the energy related technology is becoming more and more imminent, especially with the application of a wider variety of energy options in our transition stage. Can you give us a bit of overview around this sector?
Yes, I agree that previous two speakers there. We're talking about the green recovery, but I don't see it. In fact, like the whole inflation, there may be another financial crisis is coming, right? Think about that, see like how many dollars people printed, how many money the whole world like printed. So, and also the whole situation with all the chaos in the Ukraine, all the energy price go to sky high. Yes, I think there's a lot of development on the clean energy, such as especially like solar wind. The price dropped dramatically, especially leading by China. When I remember I had a lunch with the current CEO of Huawei just the day before New Year's Day. In the like December 29th, I remember he invited me to give a speech in Huawei. So they said like Huawei invested a 1.3 gigawatt solar plant in Saudi because the capital cost in the Middle East in Saudi is low. And also in Saudi, you have a long sunshine times. So the price is even dropped to the, think about the cost of electricity is above the 1 cent per kilowatt an hour, which is really amazingly low. Right now, if even today you go to the coal power is still like in China is still about like 4 times more expensive than that. That recently I also met the chairman of the China National Power, and there's one price they listed on the internet was about like a little bit less than 2 cents per kilowatt an hour. So with that kind of cost, the solar also wind is really get cheaper and cheaper. But the problem is this, only if when you have sun and wind, the solar is averagely like less than 20% of the time. What you can do another 80% of time. Wind is a little bit longer, like in terms of time, averagely like different locations, different there, but still like less than 30% of time. So the question is, no matter how cheap your solar or wind gets, it's not stable. Right, this whole summer, right, in China, including like Europe, there's not much wind. Right, that's why like energy, like the natural gas price go crazy. That's why in even northeast part of the China get a blackout. For many years, you don't have that. So the key issue, I think, on one side, people are optimistic that yes, renewable energy gets cheaper. But the more importantly, people forget that yes, it's cheap, but it's not stable. The only stable power today in this world is really coal, nuclear, or natural gas. So in Europe, I tell people you can between the nuclear and coal, you have to choose one. You cannot dislike both, right? If you don't like coal, choose nuclear. If you don't like nuclear, choose coal. But if you want to abandon both of them at this time, you have to enjoy the high natural gas price, which I don't think that today's natural gas price in Europe is tolerable. It's sustainable. So I think people have to have a reality view, right? The key now is not to try to get the solar cheaper and cheaper. The key is to solve what are you going to do when there's no sun. The key is not to reduce the wind price. The key is when there's no wind, what are you going to do? The energy storage is still quite expensive, right? Today, like in China, I'm in Shenzhen, in this area, right? If you look at the peak and off-peak power, still have factor of 6. The off-peak power is about like 30 cents RMB, and the peak is like 130 or even 180 cents, right? You see there, and you cannot, people just cannot store energy cheaply. A lot of people tell a story, but you cannot. If you can't do it, the peak and off-peak will not be that expensive. I can generate solar with 7 cents RMB per kilowatt an hour, but you cannot even store it with 70 cents, 10 times. So don't be too optimistic. Say, oh, we are ready for carbon neutral. We are ready for green. We are not, unless you have to pay. You're willing to pay 10 times high energy price while there's no sun and wind. And also the whole grid system is not going to work that way, right? To say, okay, in daytime you switch all to there, and at evening you turn on all the coal power plants. You cannot do that. So I think people are still a little bit too optimistic that way. And I think especially with the COVID, with all the war in Ukraine, we need to have a reality check. Do not be too that optimistic talking about the green recovery. I'll just leave it at this moment.
Thank you, Professor Liu. It seems that we need to take a more realistic view at the notion of green recovery. So I would like to ask Dr. Smith, so in the execution as well as the setting of our net zero target, are we now seeing a more cautious look at the execution as well as the setting of it? Or do we need additional considerations as we move forward?
You and good day to you all. I think that the number of commitments that are coming forward to achieve net zero emissions by governments, as well as a whole host of companies and other organizations, it is a good thing. It was one of the bright spots, I think, of COP26 that we saw a number of countries, including China, including the UK, come forward with net zero commitments. And that's because it's a step up in ambition, and it can be a sort of guiding star for nearer term actions and targets. And it's also grounded in the science, our scientific understanding of how the Earth actually works, so that we know in order to stabilize global temperatures, we need to get our CO2 emissions in particular down to net zero globally. And what we saw was, I think, something like 134 countries now, over 130 countries have some kind of net zero commitment. That covers nearly 90% of global emissions now, 90% of the global economy as measured in gross domestic product. That's up from something like 2/3 in the start of 2021. So we really did see this big uptick in the run up to COP26 in particular. But I think if we dig a little deeper beyond that good news story, there are wide differences between net zero pledges in nations, and there are definite reasons to be cautious. So if we look at the nature of the different net zero pledges by countries, and this is something we did in the UN Environment Programme Emissions Gap Report, we see that only 20% of these pledges in terms of global GDP coverage are actually in law. Some of them are in policy documents, and some of them they can be a reference in a speech, and little more than that at the moment. And that means there's also wide variation in how well defined these targets are. So we see differences in terms of the scope of activities that might be covered, whether they cover all greenhouse gas emissions or are specific to CO2, for instance. Some targets, the UK's in particular, the UK has committed to include its share of international aviation and shipping emissions. That's quite unusual. Most countries haven't done that. And there's still a big question about what we do to resolve emissions from international transport. Other countries are unclear or have explicitly committed to using internationally traded credits, offsets, as part of meeting their targets. So we're in this situation where lots of pledges have come forward. There are different dates, of course, as well, generally around 2050, not many before that, one or two. China's is at 2060, India's is also post-2050, and there are good reasons for that, of course. But the risk is, of course, that it's quite easy, it's relatively easy for a politician to make a commitment a very long way in advance. And what that needs to translate into is near-term action and greater specificity about what will be done. We have to remember that not only does the climate system need to see net zero emissions in order to stop the temperature rising, but also the amount of temperature rise we get up until that point is dependent on cumulative emissions up to that point. So we really need to be reducing emissions in the near term to reduce that area under the emissions curve, minimize our total global emissions budget before we get to that net zero point. So I think there are two things we need to see going forward. One is that, well, the good news is we've essentially solved the problem of bringing forward net zero pledges. Nearly all of emissions are covered by some form of national net zero pledge now. It's the new frame of reference. But what we need is those targets that have been put forward need to be more precisely defined. What do they cover and how will it be achieved? What are the plans to achieve it? And we really need to deliver. This is the challenge we've been talking about in the context of the recovery. So we have not seen necessarily a huge amount of effort. We have seen some increases in pledges for the nationally determined commitments in terms of 2030, but again, these are commitments, and what we need are the actual actions on the ground in countries to put us on the path to these more ambitious net zero commitments.
Thank you. Indeed, we are noting that there is a notable gap between the execution as well as the setting of those emission targets. And both Professor Liu and Mr. Wolf notes that the current European gas market is undergoing significant turbulence. So I'd like to ask all of our panelists. So in terms of the current Ukraine-Russian tension, the energy market is undergoing significant fluctuation. So how could we factor that in our transition towards a cleaner future? And if we are able to consider a geopolitical risk, what kind of cautions do we need as we put forward plans for the climate transition?
Who do you want to speak?
Perhaps could we invite Mr. Wolf first?
Okay. Well, I think this is really an interesting moment. I very much enjoyed the rather realistic tone of the discussion so far. I think there's basically nothing about the present situation that I can really bear. And it's spectacularly dangerous. I mean, this is beyond doubt, in my view, at the very least, the second most dangerous moment of my lifetime, and I've lived for 75 years. And the most dangerous was the Cuban Missile Crisis. So this is a very dangerous moment, and we haven't seen the end of it. But if there is any cloud, any silver lining in this cloud, and there really aren't many, because it has so many ramifications on the relations among countries, the relations between China and Russia and the West, all of which are very relevant to this. But the silver lining is that it's made very, very clear to Europe in particular, but I think more broadly, that fossil fuels can be extremely unstable sources of energy. They've always had economically unstable because they're geopolitically unstable. I was an adult through the first and second oil shocks of the 70s, and I saw this then, and we're seeing similar developments now. The interaction of the way the oil markets work, who the dominant suppliers in the world are, and the geopolitical instability associated with that, and the particularly horrific when market turbulence is very closely related to war, geopolitical disaster. And there are many ways of thinking about the implications, which I won't begin to go into, but one of them pretty obviously is you need an energy system that is more robust and more resilient in the face of this sort of turmoil, which has happened several times before. And if you're a European or British, it's a little different in America because they're basically energy self-sufficient, but I think the same applies in China, which is also a net energy importer in a big way. You want to go for a system that gives you greater resilience in the face of such shocks, and that means greater self-sufficiency. Now, so one of the ways people are going to want to go is to accelerate the commitments to renewables. There are other possibilities, which personally I support, like nuclear, but which was mentioned, I think, by Dr. Liu, which of course is a very long-term investment with great political concerns associated with it. But I think there is clearly a case for this. Now, there's, as it were, a geopolitical case and a powerful economic case for accelerating the shift towards renewables. The problem, I think, has been very, very well discussed by Dr. Liu, which is you need system stability. It's not just about replacing imported gas with renewables. You need system stability, and at the moment, storage doesn't exist on the necessary scale. So the likelihood in practice, I think, and this is my last comment, in the short to medium run is exactly what we're seeing from the German decision to to contract with Qatar, which is to pay higher prices and invest in alternative and more diverse sources of fossil fuels. And that is not going to do much, really, for accelerating the green recovery. Perhaps I could add one point, which seems to me crucial. And it is absolutely decisive, I think, to recognize that for all the words and the commitments and all the rest of it, what is going on the ground is not consistent with meeting those targets, even in countries which are supposedly strongly committed to this. And I don't think what is happening now geopolitically, though it will be a bit of a boost, no doubt, will transform that situation.
Thank you. For Dr. Wozel, since Mr. Wolf was discussing from Europe and Britain, so perhaps from the more Asian perspective, how could you advise the Asian companies, especially companies in China, to factor that geopolitical risk, especially in the energy market, as they undergo the transition towards a more common emphasis corporate social responsibility practice?
Well, we talk a good game about sustainable, inclusive growth, and how ultimately, first of all, we need growth in the global economy. But if, as was referred to earlier, structurally changing the nature of growth to reflect the externalities of the environment and of society is an equally important mandate for a sustainable, in the broad sense, economy. And I think that's our thesis. And I think that Asia will be the test case for that thesis. Very simply, I think, if we do not have a sustainable economy, we won't have an economy. That the threats, the externalities, both from the environment, the physical climate risk, as well as from society, and the costs of the volatility that's incurred when we have populations left behind or dislocated or disrupted are so great as to call into question the possibility of growth itself. And I think Asia, as the world's growth engine, is most concerned with this. Asian economies depend on growth. Asian leaders depend on growth. They have made tremendous implicit and in some cases explicit commitments to their stakeholders, be they interest groups or the population at large. And it is on those Asian leaders to deliver. And those leaders, to be clear, are both private and public. In many cases, it makes no sense to try to separate these people. They have equal access to the levers of power and the engines of wealth. So as we look at elites across Asia, we encourage them to incorporate the externalities into their decision-making. And I wanted to close with one observation. It's from a different report, which was our global balance sheet, where we looked at wealth and how wealth has accumulated globally over the last 30 years. And when one does that, it puts into perspective the actual scale of what we're asking people to do on a flow basis versus the stock of what we have to protect. So in rough numbers, the global balance sheet, a third of which, give or take, is in Asia, is approximately $500 trillion, half a quadrillion dollars. And we are asking people to spend $9 trillion a year to protect it. It's a reasonable ask.
Thank you, Mr. Walzer. It's indeed to remind us of the importance of protecting the stock. International geopolitics is deeply entangled with the topic of energy, since here we are in this very new geopolitical landscape right now. My name is Jiao, and I'll be hosting the latter half of today's discussion. I want to build on Mr. Wolf's point about building a resilient energy system. Last year, there has been a shortage of energy affecting many people's life, from Europe to Asia, including China and UK. The Dongbei energy shortage crisis, for example, has attracted a lot of discussion and affected many industries at the time. Some experts say that such global fluctuation in energy market is closely tied with our transition toward clean energy, in addition to some countries' agenda of abandoning coal and nuclear. So my question is, how do you view disturbances like this? And will such fluctuations become more common in the near future in our way to building a more resilient energy system? So Dr. Liu, you're an expert in the energy industry. Would you like to share your opinion on the energy market fluctuations?
Well, I think depends on the resource there, right? Because developing like a wind and solar take more and more share, you requires the real problem is like it's not stable, right? It's not consistency. So when I was in the General Electric in US like 10, 20 years ago, when we build a wind farm, right, we have a gas turbine next to it. So when the wind blew higher, I turn down my gas turbine. When there's no wind, I can turn up the gas turbine. So now you get like a wind farm, but with a stable go to the grid. But in China, you don't have that much natural gas. But today we already imported like almost 40% natural gas imported. That's really mainly for supply the family cooking, heating there. You cannot afford to use the natural gas, especially this year when the international natural gas price goes this high. Then the natural gas, the power generated by natural gas is intolerable. So, but the big coal power plant, you cannot do that. You cannot turn up, turn down that easily, right? Or when there's wind, you just turn off your coal power plant. When there's no wind, you turn up. You just cannot do that way. So that's a lot of technology challenges. So wherever people talk about renewable, it's really wind and solar, right? Because the hydro, like I remember when I was in General Electric, GE designed to sell our hydro business to Canada Hydro, because after the Three Gorge build, we think there's not much growth in hydro. Then the other parts, the major part, the dominant part is really wind solar. Wind solar has made a great progress. I mentioned the cost already. So now the key for this world turning green is how to develop cheaper and cheaper energy storage technology. It's no longer say I develop more efficient solar. No, you don't. It's already cheap. It's already like 1 cent, $1 US, right? 1 cent per kilowatt hour. You cannot get much cheaper than that. The question is, when there's no sun, how you going to store it during the night can continue supply? Yes, Elon Musk said like, okay, I'm going to store all my electricity with batteries in the car. Then at evening I can release the electricity from car, but don't believe that. Assume all the cars turn into EV today. You can only store 16% of the grid power. It's not going to solve that way. Like people spend over 100 years to study on batteries. Today, yes, it's okay for storage electricity through cellular phones, through laptops, through car. But when you talk about storage, massive amount in the grid power, guess what's the cheapest technology? Still the hydro, right? Just because you pump up the water and when you have sun, then you flow. But hydro, that's technology is over 100 years. So when a technology like battery technology, after research on over 100 years, you cannot still compete a technology that 100 years ago. That means it's not easy, right? You probably have to change the racing track. If you continue try to say, okay, I'm going to get better technology, you already developed since the lead acid battery developed in 1859, right? It's like more than 1 century, 1.5 century ago. It's not that easy. People always think there is a magic for storage and large scale technology. It's not, right? Yes, today, if you have a big dam nearby, you can use hydro to storage massive power. If you have some kind of like a natural hose, that the compressed air is also okay. Another possibility of cheaper, large-scale storage. But use battery is just too expensive, right? China, we use like there's few programs that, okay, after we retire the battery from EVs, they just use the battery as a large storage. But after a few accidents happened, the people stopped that that project because the old battery, you have safety issues too, right? It's when you get battery turning to older and older, the durability, the reliability is no longer there. So I think there's still a lot of technology challenge for people go to the green world if you do not ready to pay a few times the more electricity price. Because if you're ready, today's economy, like after COVID, I don't think the word the inflation, if you keep increasing energy price, that means the inflation is going to get crazy as crazy. So I think we have to have the reality check. At least I think people should, if you don't like coal, if you don't like nuclear, but at least keep the natural gas, right? If you think natural gas still release too much CO2, there's no solution. So I think, especially in China, like we don't have natural gas, right? So we have coal. So I basically tell people in China, if you want to go to carbon neutral, you either keep the coal or develop nuclear, or there's continue to develop some massive energy storage technology. One of the example I'm working on now, actually we are working now, is we basically turning the cheap electricity into green methanol. So you store the solar and the wind through green liquid. Then at night, you can use the green methanol to burning in the ship, drive the car, also generate power with distributed power generation, but that still takes time. The infrastructure, the technology, the investment, we still need to have the patience to go. So that's why I think we're talking about, like in China, we talk about gradually reach carbon neutral in 2060. That's a more realistic goal, right? Don't rush to go to carbon neutral. If you talk about another 40 years, that does not happen, right? Think about what's going on 40 years ago. What's the situation in China? Of course, like 40 years from now, there's a lot of things you can imagine, but do not rush talk about, say, oh, I have to go to carbon neutral in next 5 or 10 years. We have to face the reality. That's my position.
Thank you, Professor. The mentions of the technological challenges are indeed very important. And you mentioned we need more investment. And from that aspect, I want to ask Mr. Wurzel if you would like to share some experiences with your working experience with business, of how businesses are putting efforts to invest in new technologies, and what is the situation right now?
Well, I'll be brief. I think that also mindful that I think Steve would probably have some comments here as well. The investments are real, but just because they're investments don't mean they're not value creating. And as we work with clients, we essentially say, look, as you think forward next period of time, there's going to be some challenges for you because of sustainability, that you are facing challenges in some elements of your portfolio, no doubt, which are less carbon friendly, and that there are, their costs may go up for you because of the need to incorporate the externality in some areas. But there is a massive growth opportunity here. And the growth opportunity comes in the decarbonization of products and services, things that you should be doing anyway, such as energy efficiency, but you haven't. And so that is a do more better. The introduction of new products and services which replace the high carbon services, whether we're talking about electric vehicles or new forms of precision agriculture. there's a tremendous opportunity to reimagine the product or service. And then finally, the infrastructure that you will actually need to have to create those products and services, whether it's a pipeline for hydrogen or it's anything else that has to be put in place on the educational side, all of which are growth opportunities. And so for companies that seek to be sustainable in an economic sense, they need to grasp those opportunities. And if we look at things like the mobility transition, it's case in point. Very few companies who are coming from the old world are going to make it to the new world. So the only way they can is by investing in that technology and that new set of technologies and that sustainability. So that is the question: when, where, and how, all to be worked out. But this is, from a corporate perspective, should be viewed first and foremost as a growth opportunity.
Dr. Smith, do you have anything to add on to that?
Well, thank you. I'll be brief too. I mean, to return to your question about whether we should be expecting more shocks and turbulence in the future as we try to decarbonize, I think sadly, the world we live in is one of shocks. Some of those can be brought about by our efforts to change our economy and to become more green. Some of them are external to that. If you think about the situation Germany faces with its reliance on Russian gas that it's trying to get past, well, part of the reason why is that it's because there was the previous shock of Fukushima and the terrible tragedy of the nuclear disaster there. And so they were looking to ramp down and retire early their nuclear power. So in a sense, they were responding to another shock, and that has exposed them to a further shock. Now, the good news, of course, in switching to renewables and cleaner energies is generally wind and solar, they cost money to build, and there are the issues that Dr. Liu rightly flagged about how you generate firm and dispatchable and reliable power from them. But the sunshine and the wind is free, and it's very hard for leaders in other countries to cut them off from you. So we can expect that you do reduce that kind of potential shocks from price volatility of fossil fuels. But I wouldn't be surprised, sadly, if we get turbulence along the way, and if maybe some of that turbulence comes from our efforts to go green. There are a lot of people very interested and concerned about the material resources that are required to meet our new energy in a cleaner way, where we need some very important and trace metals, for instance, and try to meet the needs of a growing and developing world community. It's a bit like we're sailing in a boat. The world's population is in a boat on an ocean, and we've realized that we need to rebuild the boat while we're sailing. And that's a very risky business, but the alternative is we don't have a boat. So this is a project we have to embark on. We have to leave ourselves and our children with a stable climate, but it's going to be tricky. There will be probably some mistakes which lead to some unpleasant surprises, but it's a necessary enterprise, and there will be other geopolitical shocks which will sadly affect us in ways we can't quite predict right now.
Sure, thank you. I very much like your quote of how we're rebuilding the boat while we're sailing. Because of limited time, I want to move on to our last topic, which is the global cooperation in the issue of green. Mr. Wolf, I have read your comment of how we're in the reverse of globalization right now in your Financial Times article. So I'd like to ask your viewpoint on that, especially when we're coming to the cooperation in climate change. Do you think it's still that case?
Well, it's very, very clear, unambiguous. I think we're in a stage of a global economic and political disintegration. And this has been obvious now for some years. And what I've been focusing on in my columns, since we have very little time, is whether we can cooperate in some areas while disagreeing very strongly in others, because I think that's really the only way we can hope to operate. In other words, contain our disagreements, which are real, pretty obvious today, while cooperating in areas where we share vital interests, particularly because they're planetary interests, and whatever else happens, none of us can leave the Earth, not at least as countries. Maybe 3 or 4, 20 people can, but otherwise we're stuck here. And this is going to be very, very difficult. because human beings are extremely bad at compartmentalizing disagreements, and nations are worse. So I think it's going to be very, very difficult to do. And the way I think we have to do it is to create a regime that governs climate change and cooperation on climate change, which sets out agreed objectives and which is to some significant degree independent of other things that are going on. But that does require a stronger framework than we had from the last COP, and a commitment by essentially two groups, the major developed countries, which have, I agree, the first obligations and the obligation particularly developing emerging countries, and the second, the major emerging countries, of which China is far and away the most important. I mean, if China doesn't, since China is far and away the biggest emitter, if China doesn't decarbonize pretty fast, we're not going to achieve it globally. So there has to be an agreement between these parties on in which they can trust one another. There are commitments that they believe in and which will be delivered upon. It's not where we are now. It's simply not where we are now. And it has to be made independent to some degree of other things that are going on. That is the challenge. All I would say is that the last 3 or 4 weeks have made the chances of achieving this much smaller.
Thank you. Dr. Smith, your group Net Zero Oxford has been looking at progresses in different countries. Could you please tell us a bit about what are the challenges for reaching net zero at a national level, which might be like a more zoom-in perspective than what Mr. Wolf has said?
Well, I think it's really important to recognize different countries are in different situations, different stages of wealth and development. They have a very different makeup of their emissions. I mean, if you compare the UK and New Zealand, which are both sort of quite similar culturally, quite similar stages of development, huge amounts of emissions in New Zealand come from the land and from the raising of sheep and cattle, actually. So they have a very different makeup of their economy and their sources of emissions from the UK. So it's really important that we recognize those different challenges. I think also when we're talking about net zero, as opposed to the targets we've had before, around 50% cuts, 80% cuts, you have to solve the energy system, which is very much the problem we've been focusing on in our discussion here, but it goes beyond that even. At the risk of making this even more complicated, we have to think about our food systems. We have to think about current rates of deforestation. We have to start thinking about carbon removal. So not just cutting off the source of the problem, which is our using the atmosphere as a dumping ground for our CO2 waste, but actually how we might need to take some of that stuff that's accumulated and remove it and sequester it permanently. So there are all sorts of new frontiers of research and development and cooperation on these new approaches needed among countries. But we need a bespoke approach. I think at a very high level, a key issue of trust is climate finance between nations. And one thing we have not got right in the international process is delivering enough climate finance to countries to enable them to develop and perhaps even leapfrog in terms of other alternative development paths to what we have taken historically in the West. Developed countries have promised 100 billion of finance. That has not come through. And I think unless and until we see that, we're still going to have efforts stymied in terms of country cooperation on this front.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So I think that unfortunately our time is approaching an end. So I'd like to briefly wrap up our today's discussion. I guess our biggest takeaway from today's panel discussion is that we have many challenges ahead, and we're still on our way towards the green transition. We have the challenge of, as Mr. Dr. Smith just said, the challenge of climate finance across countries and the difficulty of storage of energy to make a more resilient and stable energy system in the global governance that can build a more better regime of climate actions. So we have a rather good understanding of what the challenges are, I think, and we have had already many technological advances, such as the lower cost of solar and wind energy. I guess we need to accelerate our progress, and we need new innovations, probably from financing side and more governmental policy side, to put together different pieces of puzzle together and to work together across industries and across countries. Unfortunately, we can't take any Q&A questions today, but our audience can continue the discussion in our interactive group chat or the commentary areas. So finally, the last 2 minutes, I want to have a very huge thanks to all our panelists here for giving these wonderful thoughts, and thanks everyone for watching our discussion tonight or this morning, wherever you are. So hope to see you in our next panel, which is around expat Chinese in other countries. So thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this discussion today on overseas Chinese history. I'm Luna, one of the panel directors for this forum, and I will be co-hosting the discussion today with our other panel director, Irene. So I'll start by speaking a little bit about the motivations for organizing this panel, and then I'll pass it on to Irene to introduce our guest speakers. So this year, the forum is focused on the idea of transcending boundaries, and in doing so, opening doors to more opportunities for discussion and for more diverse perspectives. In our panel on overseas Chinese history, we explore the stories of people who have transcended boundaries, so both physically and culturally. Overseas Chinese, who variously refer to themselves as Huaqiao, Huaren, or Huayi, is an umbrella term for an enormous and deeply heterogeneous global population. Originating from historically Chinese-speaking regions, communities of overseas Chinese people can now be found all over the world, a phenomenon that is commonly referred to as the Chinese diaspora. Our aim for today's discussion, then, is to explore their stories of migration through a historical lens in order to better understand the unique cultural identity of the overseas Chinese. And with that said, I'll now hand it over to Irene to introduce our guest speakers for today.
Thank you so much, Luna. We're so excited and honored to welcome 4 distinguished panelists today, all of which have made incredible contributions to the study of overseas Chinese history. So I'm now going to introduce them in no particular order. First, Professor Man-Ying Ip is Professor Emeritus at the School of Asian Studies at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. She studies Asian issues in Oceania, transnational migration, the New Zealand Chinese and Maori Chinese mixed identities. Next, Professor Wang Gongwu is the chairman of the East Asian Institute at the National University of Singapore and former vice chancellor of the University of Hong Kong. He's a leading scholar on Chinese history and overseas Chinese migration and nationalism. Next, Professor Richard T. Chu teaches at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. His research focuses on the history of the Chinese and Chinese mestizos in the Philippines, centering on issues of race, ethnicity, gender, empire, and nationalism. And last but not least, Professor Li Minghuan is professor and vice director at the Institute of Anthropology at Xiamen University. She researches Chinese migrants in Europe, overseas Chinese society, and Qiaoxiang culture. Now, the first part of our panel is going to be a series of very short presentations. And we've asked each of our panelists to bring an item, whether that's an image, a quote, or an artifact that kind of tells a story of some kind about overseas Chinese life and history. So as a start, please welcome Professor Wang Gongwu.
Thank you for inviting me. This is indeed a very interesting subject. I have nothing very special about an artifact. I thought the simplest thing for me to introduce some topics that I am particularly interested in. I'll read the opening paragraph or paragraph of something I wrote some time ago, and I'll read it out to you. That's my artifact, a little opening. I read a quote. On the eve of my 19th birthday, I acquired 2 new identities. I was a post-colonial undergraduate and a citizen of the Federation of Malaya. I was no longer a foreign Chinese in the eyes of the government, and now had the opportunity to go on learning in a university. In both identities, Malaya loomed large, and I spent the next 20 years of my life wondering how I could make Malaya my country. That's the end of quote. So that's my little introduction to 2 topics, which of course is of wider interest, but of particular interest since I was very young. One is the idea of identities, and the other is the idea that home must be a country. I grew up with both these. First of all, very sure that my identity was Chinese. My parents were Chinese, and we were waiting to go back to China. So I had never any doubt about my being Chinese and nothing else. But when I left China, for various reasons, complicated story, but essentially because the Civil War ended and the government fell and the new government took over, and my parents asked me to go back to Malaya. And when I went back, it became quite clear that I would probably never go back to China, then the question of identity came up very much to the fore. Something that I had taken for granted, that I had one identity, I suddenly realized that now I could have another identity. And as I saw it at the time, two identities, that I was a new undergraduate in a new university, but I was a citizen of the Federation of Malaya, something I had never been before. As a result, I was no longer Chinese as a nationality, as a citizen. I was now a Malayan citizen. So that's one thought. And it led to a lot of questioning in my own mind of what the word identity really means. The second question about home being a country, I had taken that for granted. In fact, I assumed that a home must be a country, because that was how I was brought up, to believe that going home meant going back to China. So home was China. Of course, there are other meanings, but it never occurred to me to think in any other way than to think of home as a country. So when I became a citizen of another country, then the question was, now another country is going to be my home. How do I do that? How can I make this country called Malaya my home, which it never occurred to me before. So to make a switch like that is quite a dramatic decision. But at the time, I didn't think of it. All I was aware of was that now that I was a citizen of a different country, I would have to make this country my home. And I spent the next 20 years, more or less, trying to think of this country as my home. In the end, I didn't really succeed. On the contrary, what happened was I learned that home was much more subtle, varied, and complicated. It's not just a home being a country. A home could be a number of different things. For example, I decided that my campus was a bit of a home. I spent 5 years on one campus, actually staying in the dormitories in that university, and it was my home. I hardly ever went back to my parents' home, a couple of weeks a year, but most of the time, almost all the time, I was actually on campus. And so campus was my home. And I grew to believe that being in a university, being free to learn whatever I wanted to learn, being free to study and to become a specialist and a professional and a teacher and ultimately a scholar in a university was extremely attractive. And I spent the rest of my life being that. And I really never left a university ever since. So in a sense, a university, no matter which university, any university that I was working at or studying at was my home. So that was another home. And then of course, I'm married, I had children, we were at home as a family, and my wife started to plan to build a house. We built a very fine house, which she personally helped to design, and we were very proud of it. And when the time came for me, for professional reasons, to leave Malaya to go to the Australian National University, then to leave that beautiful house that we had just built some 3 years ago, we'd only stayed there for 3 years, to leave it to go somewhere else was quite heartrending. But my wife took it in her stride and turned to me to say, don't worry, home is where we are. And that actually became the title of a book that I eventually wrote with her. And that, of course, changed my whole approach to home. It was no longer just a country. It was also a campus, a family, and the house we lived in. All of these could be home. But the most important thing in the end, in my mind, as my wife put it, is home is where we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wang, for that extremely moving opening. That was fantastic. And I think the idea of home being where we are is practically a mantra for a lot of us. And so next up, we're going to have Professor Ip. And just as a clarification, so just so that we have moved through it swiftly, we're not going to have this discussion in between the presentations, but we're going to have it afterwards, if that's all right. Thank you. So Professor Ed, feel free to get started.
So, sorry, do I understand that you want me to show the artifact or whatever it is and then talk about it as well? Well, in fact, I welcome any kind of questions and comments while I'm doing that as well.
Yeah,
now, I did give you some kind of thinking of what I should show. And I found this, I don't know whether you can see it. Can people see this quite clearly? It is, well, to me, it looks upside down or the wrong way up. It is the certificate of registration of New Zealand under the Aliens Act of 1948. When I arrived in the country, you know, as a young graduate, young mother, you know, from Hong Kong, all right, with a British passport, in fact. And then I was surprised that I actually had to carry something that is, well, to echo what Professor Wang talked about, you know, where do I belong and where's home? And I'm classified as an alien, you know? I mean, at that time, I thought, well, alien go home, it was all in space and so on. And then there's the small prints, which I wouldn't you know, care to read to you, and because trained as a historian, you know, I read all the small prints and so on. And the gist of it is that as an alien who have arrived in New Zealand, although they gave me permanent residence and everything seemed to be very friendly, all right, and open arms and so on. I'm an alien, and then wherever I move, in fact, move house, just within New Zealand, within Auckland, I need to report to the nearest police station. Now, so I thought, wow, you know, wow. So actually I did, and I checked, and I've forgotten about this until you asked me to look for it, something, and I look at it, and then I arrived in the summer holiday. I'm in Hong Kong summer, northern summer, Chinese summer of 74. And in 75, I moved house in the first place, and then moved again in 76, because at that time I moved where my husband moved his medical practice. And I was very diligent, actually, each time reporting to the police station. I didn't think that should be. But when I moved the next time, the police officer I still remember in Henderson, I was carrying my baby, and they said, and they discussed with each other, well, what on earth is this thing? We have never seen this, you know, before. Now, the reason why they have not seen this before is that there were so few Chinese, neo-Chinese, who came from anywhere, all right? And at that time, I didn't know, all right? In fact, I look at my own book again, and then in 1974, there were about just fewer than 15,000 Chinese in all over the country, all right? So very few, easily you have got a school and so on. And most of the Chinese, ethnic Chinese in New Zealand were local born at that time. Very few new ones came because there was an unwritten white policy. Because it was unwritten, well, I wouldn't know. And I didn't study it. Sorry, Professor Wang would say, why didn't you study it? And so on. You know, I mean, I studied Commonwealth history. I studied Canada. I studied Australia. And at first, when my husband got the you know, after his medical graduation, looking for a place, we could go to Australia or Canada or New Zealand. And I said, no, not to Australia. I don't like the white Australian policy. I didn't know that when we arrived, we would be classified as aliens. And because it was all unwritten, and I tried to look, I mean, at that time, I was, Professor Wang would know. I mean, because unbeknown to me, I think I did contemporary Chinese history, modern Chinese history, and Professor Wang, in fact, was my examiner for my PhD. I don't know whether he remembers that or not. When you were in Australia and I was in New Zealand. Anyway, make the long story short, is I was totally unaware of this and didn't know, and nobody knew what it was about. The police officers didn't know it. And then as it turned out, then they said, well, we better not bother, you know. I don't know what that is about. And in the next year, I got it there, but if you want to see it, and in 1978, they changed the citizen law. And so being Chinese could be classified as other people as well, and would not have to be under this Aliens Act, which was really very old, and when the Chinese were regarded as yellow peril. But I didn't know. All right, so that is what made me look at New Zealand Chinese history. You know, after I finished my PhD, and when in Beijing people asked me, how many Chinese were there in New Zealand? Can you write something about the Chinese in New Zealand? I said, oh, easy. I would just look up something and then I can write. Only to return to Auckland University, and then to talk to my professor, who was the foremost, Keith Sinclair, you know, the foremost New Zealand scholar on New Zealand history. At that time, New Zealanders studied British history, but in Auckland, we could study New Zealand history. But even he didn't know. And so, well, so to make the long story short, that made me embark on my 30, 40 years of looking at New Zealand Chinese, because it was so opaque. Because New Zealand is so proud. I mean, we are very proud that we are a liberal country. We are very kind to everybody else, and so on. And we never wrote about our white policy. We said that the Australians have got it, we don't have it. But, you know, yeah. But they and by then, by the time of my arrival, most people, I mean most New Zealanders didn't know, well, nobody knew about it. And socially, people were kind enough to the Chinese because there are so few of us, you know. and we are a rarity. We are not even a thorn in the flesh. Yeah. So I would just keep it short like that. But this is what made me say, well, where do we belong? And when you have got official discrimination, you might not even be aware of it. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor. That was just absolutely fascinating. And I think I think to this day, like in the UK, if you're a Chinese citizen going there for certain visas, you still have to register with the local police, which is fascinating. Yeah.
When we move house from one suburb to another, we need to notify the police.
Yep. Yeah, so thank you so much again. So next, not now, hopefully not anymore. So Professor Li Minghuan, feel free to get started. If you want to share your screen while the
Oh, sorry, I forgot to. Okay, can you see this, my PPT?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just prepare a very brief PPT to share with all of you, because I think it's interesting to talk about something that we can discuss about the Chinese overseas. And I think you have a very good suggestion about how to talk about it. So I would like to give a very simple but interesting example. So I thought about this coffee culture, seen transnationally from migrants' perspective. I hope, yeah, this cannot, let me see.
Professor, if you click, oh, there we go.
Yeah, okay. So I think I learned this coffee. I know the coffee when I studied in Europe, in Amsterdam University. Mm-hmm. That is the first time I saw this a coffee culture. I began to know it. You know, in Europe, people are so addicted to coffee. Now their life, in university, in their spare time, you know, everywhere you see the coffee bars. If you think about the coffee in China, urban people may immediately think about the Starbucks, because I think that Starbucks brought over the coffee culture to China. But this is in urban area, and particularly for white collar youth. You know, now it became the new fashion. and they will go to coffee bar and to meet friends to discuss with the spare time. But this is not I'm going to talk today. I would like to talk this about what happened in Chaoxiang, the coffee cultures in Chaoxiang. So as you know, most time I study about the Chinese in Europe, and many Chinese in Europe, not in UK, but in mainland part, they come from Zhejiang province, particularly from Qingtian, Wencheng, you know, this south mountainous areas of Zhejiang province. So you see these photos I took in last years during my field work in Chaoxiang area. You see in Qingtian, the shops, they will hang the different national flags from different countries because they import goods from different countries, and also because they are returned migrants or their relatives, their family people, they live in different countries. And this is also interesting. This is, you know, Chinese married with European women. So they had this statue at the entrance of the village. And during the, after the 21st century, during the last couple of years, I think more and more Chinese, some return to their hometown for different reasons. Yeah, this is not the topic I'm going to talk, but you see, when they returned to their hometown, they brought back this coffee culture. So now in Qingtian, there is a coffee street, and you see this decoration. You know, this decoration is very European side. You know, they try to prepare their coffee bar with this like Italian style or Spanish style or French style. You know, they brought back their hometown European cultures to show this in their coffee bar. However, you can never imagine, when I was invited to go to coffee bar, they show me coffee together with sunflower seeds. So you will drink coffee together with keguazi. Yeah, this is stacking sunflower seeds. So this is a very interesting culture you can never imagine. So when I sit there, you know, you feel, where are you? You know, this coffee, they never had this coffee before, but during last decades, they came back to their hometown. But together with very Chinese style, this is sunflower seeds. So coffee加瓜子. Yeah, this you see these different cultures, they integrated with each other. And then this remind me what happened in Southeast Asia. We see in Southeast Asia, we have this iced coffee. We see they use a plastic bag to show you the coffee. And also this paper bag to show you the coffee. And also I remember this photo I took in Thailand. In the morning, it was coffee together with youtiao. Yeah, this deep fried tofu sticks. So I think this is a very interesting case to see the integration of different cultures. Coffee with sunflower seeds, coffee with youtiao, with deep fried tofu sticks. So I think this is a case I would like to share with you. When we see this migration, it's not only moving of the people, but also the culture. And when different cultures encounter with each other, it is not only clash, but they will integrate with each other and produce a new tradition, a new culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. That was absolutely fascinating. I'm definitely trying that tomorrow morning. I have some sesame seeds and coffee. Let's go. Yeah, thank you so much. And last but absolutely not least, Professor Chu, feel free to take it away.
Well, thank you very much. Pleasant evening or morning or afternoon, as the case may be, to everyone. For this part of the panel, I I'm showing you an etching of these canals in Manila's Chinatown called Binondo. And this etching is a scene from Binondo in the 19th century. So you can see here that there are these boats made out of bamboo or rattan or wood, and they're called cascos by the Spaniards. And these are mainly manned by Chinese who lived in Chinatown. So they would use these cascos to transport goods around the city. And what's interesting about this etching when I saw it, and I've also seen iterations of this kind of scene in books or in postcards or in old photographs, that when you look at Binondo, Manila's Chinatown today, you wouldn't think that that it is an islet, that Binondo is surrounded by all these canals, so that it's a small island. But I myself grew up, or have spent my growing up years in Binondo. It never occurred to me that it was an island or a small island, because the canals there right now, you don't see those cascos anymore, and they're very sad to say. The canals are very polluted, and so it's kind of really unsightly. I think over the decades, the Chinese Filipino community in Manila has tried to clean up the canals, but to no avail, because Manila's Chinatown is constantly undergoing changes. In the last 20 years, there's more construction because all these immigrants from the Xinjiang, from China, from Hong Kong, started coming in and buying real estate and building all these high-rise condos beside all these, these traditional houses, some of which are still standing, but many of them have been destroyed or demolished to give way to all these high-rise. So as a historian, for me, my main focus of my research is late 19th and early 20th century Philippines. So for me, it's just a reminder, of what was, and in a sense, it's kind of a nostalgia for a time of where probably the canals were cleaner and people bathed on those canals, and a past that had been lost. So for me, it's just a kind of a reminder of why I'm doing what I'm doing, which is to kind of recover, to retrieve the past of the history of the Chinese in the Philippines.
Right.
Thank you so much.
So,
oh, sorry, you got it.
thank you so much to all of our guest speakers for your short presentations. So now we'll move into the next part of this panel, which is going to be the discussion. And in this part, feel free to ask each other questions, have free discussion, just go for it. And from your very short presentations just now, it is quite obvious that you are all very interested in what you're doing and that you find your specialist field quite meaningful. But, just to put the question out there explicitly again, why are you interested in your specialist field? And particularly, why does it matter to study what, overseas Chinese history? If we could start with Professor Wang Gongwu again, that would be lovely.
Well, to be honest, I didn't start out to study the Chinese overseas. I started out as a Chinese historian. I was studying Chinese history as a professional. My main work has been on Chinese history. But because I was myself a Huaqiao to start with, and saw the transition of Huaqiao being forced to make a choice, whether to remain Huaqiao, to go back to China, or to settle down and become, as it turned out to be, a Huaren, and ultimately to produce generations of Huayi. I mean, that's kind of a choice that one had to make. So when I was observing this among all my friends who I grew up with and who I worked with, my colleagues and so on, all of them were faced with this problem, including myself, but I was not very concerned because I was working on China, on Chinese history. But as I observed them and watched them face this problem of having to make decisions, and if they remain in the country, they could not continue to be a Huaqiao, not for long anyway. So they had to make a choice. And also at the time, the governments and China were trying to decide whether those who want to stay will stay and become local citizens. Those who don't want to should be going home to China, should go back to China. So that in many countries in Southeast Asia, that was a tough decision that they had to make. So that's when I found myself very interested in the people I live with and work with and the kind of dilemma that they all were facing. And I started to ask them about it and learn about them. And the more I learned about them, the more fascinated I became at the kind of difficulty, the troubles. And also it varied from generation to generation. I mean, the older generation had one kind of answer, but the younger generation faced much more complicated problems. So all that, I began to realize that this was much more complicated than it looks on the surface. So I decided to try and find out. So that's how I started.
Right, thank you so much for that. Yeah, as overseas Chinese myself, I definitely feel that kind of dilemma as well. So if we can move to our next guest speaker, Ying Ip.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I agree with Professor Wang, and I started as a Chinese historian, and I never thought that I would be doing overseas Chinese history, and I started by being, as I said, well, to explore just what are the Chinese and New Zealanders doing. I thought that I could just write an essay and finish it, you know, but the more I look into it, the more I know, then the more I find out how it is linked to the identity of any local community, not just the Chinese in New Zealand or Australia or in the Philippines or in Europe, but each local community has got different issues, but there are a bigger issue of how each is, say, related to China or not related to China, and whether, well, people often feel that if something happens in China, then we should have a certain standpoint, but socially, how people look at you, and then so socially, I suddenly realized that with a Chinese face, you know, people, how non-Chinese people may look at you. And as well, in your other question, there are, in fact, of course, each community is quite complex. People who were born in New Zealand, I mean, New Zealand Chinese who were born here, they never had any issues. I mean, before the new migrants came, is that because they are totally English speaking. They don't even speak Chinese, you know, and they identify totally with New Zealand, yeah. And so just imagine their surprise when they were asked suddenly. I remember when the new immigrants came, and then suddenly, for the first time, you have got say lion dance in the street of Wellington, and the TV reporter stopped just a Chinese looking person walking by and say, tell me what is the story behind the lion dance? And she was totally flabbergasted and said, I don't know, you know? Yeah, so I suddenly have got something coming up. Can you see me? I don't know.
Yeah, we can see there just a
Yeah.
bit of, is there a lawnmower in your background?
On the screen, yeah, it blocked me. Yeah, so maybe the question could pass on to another person anyway. Yeah, so what New Zealand, I mean, overseas Chinese history or overseas Chinese studies now, I mean, in the 21st century, is actually closely related to say foreign relations of China and what is happening in China as well in a contemporary way, and story of migration. So yeah, it touches on a whole lot of disciplines. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think it's super interesting to think about how the study of overseas Chinese history is not so much a kind of unrelated separate field from Chinese history, or nor is it a subfield, but rather something that's obviously interrelated. So thank you very much, Professor Ip. And also, sorry, could you just check if your window's closed, because we can hear some sort of lawnmower sound in your background. Thank you so much.
Okay, right. Yes.
Yeah, don't worry, just take your time.
Sorry.
And
yeah.
at this, Professor Li, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, now maybe I can tell you another story. Yeah, I was often asked, why did you study Chinese in Europe? Were you born in an overseas Chinese family? No. Do you have any relatives who are overseas Chinese? Huaqiao? No. Also, I was born in Xiamen. But yeah, a story is a little bit long. Huh? I hope you will not get tired about it. You know, when I studied my master degree, I studied the history of Indonesia. I wrote my MA dissertation about the independent movement of Indonesia. So that time, it was in the early 1980s. And my MA dissertation, because that time I used some English documents, English materials. So my MA dissertation was published in the leading journal, 世界历史. So at that time, it was, you know, as a very young, that time I was still very young. So, and also you can use some English, you know, in the early 1980s, was a few people who can do it, few youth who can do it. So, and then in 1984, that time, you know, China just opened its door, and the University of Amsterdam, they think they would like to set up cooperation with one university in China. So that time, Dutch people, Dutch even scholars, they know very few about China. They know very few about Chinese universities. So they ask one senior lecturer in University of Amsterdam, Dr. Go. You know, he was born in Indonesia, and then he studied in Amsterdam University and got his PhD, and then worked there as a senior scholar. So they asked him, could you choose one university in China to be the sister university of Amsterdam University? So Dr. Go, you know, his ancestors came from Fujian to Nanyang to Indonesia. He knows that Tan Kah-Kee, Chen Jiageng, you know, he knows Tan Kah-Kee established a university in Xiamen. He knows his ancestors came from Xiamen, from Amoy to Indonesia. So immediately he suggested, okay, let's choose Xiamen University as our partners. So he was sent to Xiamen to try to establish this cooperation. And he came to Xiamen, and because he himself is a historian, so when he signed his contract with the Xiamen University, he put out one request. He said, okay, the first exchange person should come from history department. And that time I just finished my MA degree, and I just became a young teacher in Xiamen University history department. So I was chosen as the first one to be an exchange scholar, because you know that time we don't have money to study abroad. You cannot imagine now China was such a rich country, but at that time it was impossible. So we need to have a scholarship. So that time they choose one, because I study Indonesia history. So that is Dr. Go's his subject. And also because fortunately I could speak some English, I know some English. So I passed the exam to be selected as the one to study in, as a visiting scholar to Amsterdam University. When I arrived in Amsterdam University, that time I was a little bit proud about myself because I could speak English. I wrote paper which was just published. But when I met scholars there, they asked me, "Oh, what's your focal study? What's your major?" I said, history of Indonesia. Okay. Do you speak Indonesian language? No. Do you know Dutch? No. Have you been in Indonesia? No. Then the scholar stopped talking with me. So at that time, I started to know as a scholar, you need to know the country you studied. You need to be there. You need to be the people, the language, the history, everything, not only English. So, I was shocked by these new findings. I feel I got lost at the first few months when I arrived in Amsterdam University. So the dean suggests me, okay, you go to study Dutch. If you want to study history of Indonesia, you need to learn Dutch. And that time we were, as a visiting scholar, you only have 1 year scholarship. So I thought, okay, 1 year, if I start Dutch, and then what I can do for the next step. That time, many regulations, you cannot imagine that we go abroad. It was so difficult and so strict control for our stay there. Fortunately, one day, one scholar of the department came to me. He told me, he said, yeah, now we have a project to study Chinese in Amsterdam, but it's so difficult to reach them. You are Chinese. That time, very few Chinese scholars abroad, particularly who study about the social sciences. So he said, you are Chinese? Would you like to join us, to join our project? First I was shocked. I never think about the Huaqiao, Huaren. I know nothing about that. But only a few minutes, suddenly I thought, yes, I am a Chinese. And now they study Chinese in Amsterdam. Why don't me to join them? Because then I could start my research there and to reach this new community. So that is how I started. I started to work together with this team, and then I continue to study them for more than 30 years. So this is it's not that I intended to do it, but I was pushed get into this field. And also when I just arrived in Amsterdam, that time at the very beginning, I had some troubles. Because of the communication between China and the Netherlands, that time is not like now. You have mobile phone, you have email, you have everything. But that time, all documents of mine had to be sent by airplane to this new university. So when I arrived in Amsterdam, my documents has not yet arrived. So no people knows who I am. But of course, I have no money. And that time, so the one professor, he said, okay, how much money do you have? I said, $50 US. That is what we got when we go abroad, $50 US. Then he said, it is not enough even for 1 day you live in the Netherlands. So how can I do? I have no official documents to support my stay in Amsterdam University to get my scholarship. How can I do? And the Chinese embassy, they have 招待所 that time to accept this 留学生 this. So, but one night is $70 US. So you see, really $50 US, I could not survive there. And one professor said, okay, let me help you. He said, I had one student, her father is a Qiaolin, is a leader of the Chinese Association. I asked him whether he can help me. So he called him, and that time I could not believe it because I don't know him. I know nobody there. But then this old man, immediately he said, okay, let her stay in my home. Anytime, how long, no problem. We would like to help her. So I was sent to this his name is Hu, so this is Hu 先生. This is near Hu's home. He was so kind. In the first week, he drove me whole Holland. He said, yeah, I know anyone who is just abroad will be homesick, will be difficult. So I will help you, no problem. And you know, he cannot speak Mandarin. He speaks Wencheng dialect. And his wife is a Dutch woman who speaks Dutch. So, you know, we just use hand to communicate with each other. I stayed there during the first difficult period. So, you know, all these things afterwards, I thought about, when I thought about back, you know, all these things let me know, get to know the Chinese abroad. Let me really get support from them. And since then, you know, that was happening in 1986. By now, more than 36 years have passed. I never changed my mind. I just focus on this field for all of my life. Yeah, so that is another story. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lee. That was just absolutely fascinating. And I remember working a little bit in Vancouver's Chinatown and hearing a lot of stories of some clan associations basically doing the exact same thing to new arrivals. And just, it's so fascinating to hear how that tradition really continues in so many communities. So thank you so much. And finally, last but not least, Professor Chu, if you want to comment on this same question.
Well, thank you to Professors Wang and Professors Ip and Lee for your poignant stories how you came to study the overseas Chinese. For me, it's I could see kind of different upbringing or a different situation because I was born and raised in the Philippines, you know, and so I'm 1.5 generation because my father was born in Quanzhou, no, in Jinjiang in Fujian, but my mother, who's ethnic Chinese, was born in the Philippines. But they were Chinese citizens because at that time it was very difficult for the Chinese in the Philippines to obtain Filipino citizenship. And things changed in 1975 when the president then changed the law, citizenship laws, and granted amnesty for all of the Chinese citizens who had been living in the Philippines for a long time. So I was born and raised there, so I have always identified as a Filipino. Even though I went to Chinese schools in Manila. But the Chinese schools in the Philippines have also been Philippinized in the same year in 1975 when citizenship was granted. The law provided that all these Chinese schools would reduce their number of Chinese language instruction from half a day to only 2 hours a day. And that the curriculum, the rest of the curriculum would be similar to all the other Philippine schools at that time. So you could see that there's a change in the Chinese schools, whereas in my parents' generation, the Chinese schools followed the Taiwan National Ministry of Education's curriculum, so half of the day they were studying in Chinese and the other half in English. And so in my parents' generation, they really considered themselves first and foremost Chinese. But in my case, in my generation, I was born and raised there in the Philippines, so I considered myself first and foremost a Filipino. And it was only in college when I realized that I was not really accepted by the majority of the population. And why is that? Because you know, when we were in Chinese schools, most of my classmates were all Chinese Filipinos. So we thought that you know, we're part of the society. But when I got to college, I was in the minority because most of my classmates were Filipinos then. The university was a Filipino university. And they started using the word inchik to refer to me, which is a Hokkien word, supposedly means injak, his uncle or someone's uncle. This word, I believe, is also used in Malaysia or in Indonesia, encik, in the Philippines, it's inchik. But over time, that term had assumed a derogatory term or notation. So that it's like, the N word, for example, in the United States, in the Philippines, when inchik is used, it carries that kind of negative connotation. So I never saw myself as an inchik, but when somebody called me an inchik by a Filipino classmate, I said, well, wow, how come they look at me differently when all along I thought that we were all Filipinos. And then I also realized that in our own household, within the Chinese community in the Philippines, we have a term for the Filipinos, which is Huana, which is another, I think it's a Hokkien term. In Mandarin, it's fanzi, or outsider or foreigner, or worse, it could be like a barbarian. So we call the Filipinos Huana. And if you have a maid at home or a domestic helper at home, you call it Huanapo, which is like, a female barbarian or female foreigner. And so for the Chinese in the Philippines, we look at the Filipinos also differently. At least for my mother or parents' generation, they use the term Huana. And for me, when I realized the meaning of Huana, I was taken aback, because if they look at Filipinos as barbarians, then I myself, because I also identify as Filipino, then why am I not a barbarian? Am I also a barbarian? Am I also Huana? So the Filipino or the Chinese in the Philippines have a term for themselves, which is lang nang, or lanelang. Again, it's a Hokkien term, which means our own people, or Zanran, in Mandarin. So when I went to college, and then I realized all these terms being used to divide or to racialize, the Chinese Filipinos and the Filipinos, I said to myself, wow, so what's the origin of these epithets? What's the origin of this kind of racial divide within the Philippine society? How come the Chinese in the Philippines look down on the Filipinos? And how come the Filipinos also see the Chinese as different? So that spurred my interest in when I decided to become an academic, a historian. I wanted to study the historical origins of this division. How did it come about? So that's sort of the reason why I'm doing what I am doing right now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chu. That's absolutely fascinating. And again, I think it's a really interesting way to introduce this idea of what racialization and just the unavoidable and almost inescapable idea of race, and how it, as Professor Ip was talking about, how it's kind of inescapable to be seen as something, right? And that's just so fascinating. Thank you so much. And we're going to jump into another question. So this is more something about kind of methodology. So we would love to kind of chat with the audience a bit as well about how historians and academics do what they do. So would you, if that's okay with you all, can you please kind of answer about how do you find out about the history of the communities that you study? Do you use materials like archives, documents, and artifacts more, or do you often engage with things like oral history, creative outlets, and less tangible materials? And how does that interact with the kind of bigger themes that you study, whether it be migration or race or anything else? Yeah, so we can start with Professor Wang Gongwu again.
Well, like all historians, we start out with archives and documents. That's normal. But it soon became clear that there's not enough in the archives and documents, because on the whole, the archives were kept by the government. And in Malaya, it was the British government, or at least the Malay government, and they said very little about it, or whatever they had. It was always in terms of treating them as outsiders and migrants. So I quickly had to turn to other means. And oral history was one way to go and meet people, interview them and talk to them and ask questions. But essentially, it meant something very clear to me, that as a historian dependent on archives and documents, that was not the correct approach to this subject, because we're looking at something contemporary and you do need other disciplines. And it was quite clear that you needed anthropology, you needed linguistics, you needed, related things like sociology, and ultimately even political science and economics about the commercial activities and so on. So it had to be multidisciplinary. I mean, you're studying a community with a whole range of activities, and to understand them, you cannot just depend on just one discipline. So somehow, when I realized that, I had to learn about other ways of studying societies, especially contemporary societies. So in many ways, I not only started to learn about the overseas Chinese, it actually educated me in many other disciplines, which made me a much better scholar.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Wang Gonggu, for that. And that actually relates to another panel that we're doing this year on interdisciplinary studies. So it's very interesting that you bring that up. But could we hear from Professor Maningip as well about what you think? If you could unmute yourself, maybe. Lovely.
Hi. Yes, sorry, because I worry about the lawn mowing outside. Now, yes, I concur with Professor Wang on this. As historians, as trained historian, I started with archives. But as I said before, there was so little written or anyone who collected anything about the Chinese in New Zealand. So, but it was archives that I looked at, and I still remember the box number. It was Labor Department box number 22 in the National Archive, because that was when the Chinese laborers enter New Zealand, and they each had to be thumbprinted. They had to have photo taken, and then and not just thumbprint. They had to have all 10 fingers printed and so on. And then the archives of the shipping lists, as we all know, the British one of people coming to New Zealand, but they didn't give they wouldn't ever give the names of the Chinese. They would say, well, very detailed of the English families who enter, for example, Mr. William Smith and Mrs. Elizabeth Smith and the children, each one how old and names like that. And then at the end of it, they would say, and 5 Chinamen, all right? So that the boat had all these and 5 Chinamen, which is very quite hard. So we had to supplement it with the, those, as I said, the thumbprints and the poll text. That was for the first time that I learned that Chinese entering New Zealand had to pay £100 of poll tax. No one ever looked at those poll tax books. I knew because it was all covered with dust, and I opened it and there was a lot of dust and so on. And there were also newspapers. I mean, in fact, we had Chinese newspapers. The first Chinese language newspaper in New Zealand was printed in 1922. 民国11年, you cannot imagine that was so early, all right? Because the Kuomintang tried to find some overseas branches here, and also the photographic things. And as Professor Wang pointed out, we had to rely very strongly. I mean, I had to rely very strongly on oral history. And I did my first book on interviewing the Chinese women, the first group who ever came to New Zealand. Well, first of all, women lived longer and they were much younger than their husbands. Their husbands usually, had to work very hard and then, went home and got a wife, usually a second wife. And then, and then grew up here. So yeah, oral history is very important. And then I also got into interdisciplinary studies, especially when I got into studying the Chinese relationship with Maori people, because the Chinese people, well, I mean, the early Chinese were not very literate. They didn't write anything down. Yeah, and had no time to write anything down. And they need to rely on memory. And the Maori people had no language, I mean, no written language either at that time. Yeah, so things had to be oral history and need to be correlated. And so I quickly learned on the go, you know, what is anthropology, living in the community, talking to them, and then yes, with all sorts of things. In fact, even researching on recipes, what kind of thing would they eat? You know, that is which is not European. You know, they would eat watercress, and which was similar to the Maori puha, and how would they use pork bones and things like that. And yeah, very interesting. And I learned it on the go. And in recent years, some of the questions were on creative literature and on media, and I also look into that. Anyone who wrote anything, you know, refer to any early Chinese or interactions with of Chinese and Maori, I would go to and look at them. Yeah. So we need to be very creative when we and to be exhausting to go and go and it is very energizing, really rewarding. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's fascinating. I myself, I'm always fascinated by how creative and diverse you can get with studying history and the methodology. Yeah, thank you very much. We have Professor Lee as well. You would like to add to that?
Yeah, I fully agree with Wang Gengwu and the two professors' idea. Yeah, it's really important to study any subjects from interdisciplinary, particularly at the moment. And I think, for instance, my studies about focus on Chinese in Europe, and I think it's quite different with the Chinese in Southeast Asia, because Chinese in Southeast Asia has a very long history, and they have, you know, quite a lot of documents, officially or from the personal records and so on. But Chinese in Europe, normally we will say it is it is only studied from the early 20th century, so about 100 years. Yeah, of course, in the 18th and 19th century, there are a few Chinese there, but there's really very few. So, you know, an official document was not enough for your studies, except for during the First World War, when tens of thousands Chinese were sent to work in Europe. Besides of that, we know some documents about Chinese sailors, seamen, and few documents about early Chinatown. So you know, such archives was not enough for us to build up their history. So for myself, my undergraduate and my MA studies as a historian, but my PhD is sociology. So that is why I switched to this sociological studies. That is how I did my lot of field work in Europe. So I think as a sociologist, you know, this participant observation is very important. That you really join them, live with them, and join their activities. They are all different, you know, organizations and this and that. This really will provide you some insight perspective. So as a scholar, you look from inside and from outside. It's really help you to know this community. By study about Chinese in Europe, I think the biggest difficulties, it is language. Because in Europe, there are so many different countries, different languages, and you cannot master all these languages, let alone to say this dialect, 方言. For instance, Chu said Lan Lang, Huan Na, Be, you know, all this is a dialect. but in Europe, that is a dialect from Qingtian, from Wencheng, but of course also from Fujian. And also there are some from Indochina, from Indonesia, from Suriname, from these former colonies. So language is the biggest barrier for my studies. So from this, I think one more important thing is cooperation. You know, really scholars from different countries, from different cultural background, they know different languages. If we can work together, we can cooperate, exchange information, exchange, you know, studies with each other. This is also important for us really to improve the studies, to get, you know, really this good outcome of this research. And then the third point is about for migration studies, for overseas Chinese studies, I think this most end studies is very important. Most ends or two ends or now multiple ends means they're sending areas and they're living areas, or even maybe they remigrate from a certain areas. So all this, you know, we need to study. So it is not only focused on where they have settled down, but we have to study where they come from. And we compare these different social background, social environments. I think this will help us to better understand this spatial community. So I think it is first, the documents, oral history or archives. Second, I think the cooperation. And the third one is both ends, two ends or even multiple ends, you know, to compare and comparison and to improve our studies. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's really important that you highlight that collaboration as well between historians studying different areas of overseas Chinese history, as well as you mentioned the contrast between, say, studying overseas Chinese history in Europe. And, you know, with that in mind, Dr. Chu, you study overseas Chinese history in the Philippines. So, you know, what kind of methodology do you use? Is it the same or is it different?
Yes, I think my methodology is framed by my research questions, of course, and the availability of sources. So in my first book, I think, you know, I have a couple of major questions. One is, as I mentioned earlier, what are the original or historical reasons for the division between, you know, these bifurcation of identities in the Philippines, divided into the Chinese and the Filipino. So, and the second question is, how did, you know, in the Philippines today, there is a amongst the Chinese, Filipino Chinese families, there is a reluctance for their children to intermarry with Filipinos. You know, so they try to practice endogamy, which is to marry within the community, and marrying a Filipino is really frowned upon or discouraged. And so I myself, for example, I grew up often being reminded by my parents that I should marry a Chinese, you know, and also all my sisters were expected to marry Chinese. And there had been stories about where children were disowned by their parents when they married a Filipino, or there's a lot of tension or really conflict when that happens. And so one of my questions then also was, how did it come about? You know, because, you know, how did this preference for endogamous marriages or this discrimination against Filipinos come about also? And so my questions led me to the 19th century, which was the time when, the latter part of the 19th century, when the Philippines was still under Spain, until 1898, and then it was taken over by the United States. And under the United States, the citizenship was nationalized. In other words, the category Filipino as a citizenship was established under the American period. And the Chinese who had been living there in the Philippines, even for generations, were not allowed to become Filipino citizens. Instead, they were categorized as aliens, as non-Filipinos. So I thought to myself that if I were to understand contemporary racial or ethnic discrimination or conflict, I have to go back to that period. And the other thing that I was interested in is, how did the Chinese themselves perceive themselves? So for me, it's not just studying how colonial governments or the states categorized them, or how did outsiders categorize them, but how did they themselves live out or understood their identities? And so that's kind of a very difficult question to answer, because most of the people, if not everyone I studied in the 19th century, were dead. Nobody was living. So I have to rely on historical records or in the archives. And so I went to look at the Spanish archives in the Philippines, and what sort of documents can help me or give me an idea of how the Chinese lived out their identities. So how can I, under these state categorizations of who they were supposed to be, how did they negotiate all these attempts to discipline them, to localize them? And so I'm also an anthropologist at heart. So I felt that I had, the only way for me to do it is through ethnography. And so how do I reconstruct or reconstitute these family histories? I wanted to look at the families at that time, how did they live out their identities? Did they also identify as Filipino or Spaniard or Chinese? So what I had to do was to look at, for example, testaments and or wills, where sometimes you find them, you find this biographical information about these people, and I have to look at their birth records, their marriage records, criminal records. If some of them were involved in crime. Then I tried to piece together all this information to reconstruct the histories of certain prominent families in Spanish and American Manila during that time. So to answer your question, I had to rely on both government and church records to reconstruct these family histories. And then luckily, there were some also families who descended from these prominent Chinese merchant families, who also started doing their own research. And so I got in touch with the descendants of these Chinese merchant families, and they were very helpful. They had been doing their own family histories, and then they shared their information to me. And we exchange notes, we exchange information. So that's just, I guess, the bulk of my sources, for my first book. And of course, ever since I've written pieces that are more contemporary, and again, depending on the questions and also depending on the available sources, my methodology has also changed, or adapted to those questions.
Great, thank you so much. So just because we are running out of time, so I'm afraid this will be our last question. It is, a big question for a last question, and it's something that we could discuss on and on and on again about. But what do you think is the most exciting debate facing the study of overseas Chinese communities? So I know, Professor Wang Gongwu, you have previously written about, say, the case for the word diaspora. If you'd be willing to speak a little bit about that. Oh, if you could please unmute yourself.
On the word diaspora, I've written about that. I'm not comfortable with it. I've never really liked the word. I know that sociologists use it, so I have to go along with that a bit. But I think, to me, the most interesting debate now, in fact, is something even more fundamental than that. And that is the debate that is being shared not only by Chinese outside of China, but inside China itself. And that the question is, what is China? I mean, the question is, the China itself is undergoing, the word China itself is undergoing a lot of questioning by the Chinese themselves, because we've introduced new ideas into the debate. Previously, it was taken for granted that it has something to do with your birth. If your parents are Chinese, you're Chinese. And nobody asks any questions. And if you have follow certain Chinese practices, certain ideas, certain moral and ethical standards, certain rituals, if you accept them, you're Chinese. It's sort of part of your traditional heritage, and that's Chinese. And they were all taken for granted and really never properly defined. But now with modernization over the last 150 years or so, Chinese have changed so much. The Chinese people have changed. China as a country has changed. It is no longer simply identified as a civilization. It is now identified as, on the one hand, as either an empire or a former empire, on the other, as a nation state, or at least a country that is trying to be a nation state as recognized by others, but challenged, very much challenged by many other scholars. So all these debates about what is China has become something that not been considered much in the past, but now very much in the minds of a lot of the scholars that I know cannot actually say that they have a very simple answer. It's a much more complicated concept, and that they have to unpack it a little bit more to understand it. And this unpacking is a very difficult process, much more difficult than people expected. So for me anyway, this is the question that is very much on the minds of people, whether inside or outside China, China of the different generations and so on. And China in the eyes of others is not only up to you to say whether you're Chinese or not, how others see you, whether you like it or not, you may be considered Chinese even if you deny it. So these are all matters now on the table, and they are really going to be very difficult for some of us for a long time to come. I think this is something that I would like to see much more serious work being done.
Thank you so much, Professor Wang. I think even just the sheer number of words in any languages that we use to say Chinese in different ways is just reflects how difficult it is to capture the idea. So that's super, super fascinating. Thank you so much. And Professor Eve, if you want to jump in.
Thank you. Yes. Well, to me, I think the challenges to the study of overseas Chinese is evolving all the time. It evolves because of the international scholarship, how, for example, as Professor Wang says, what is overseas Chinese and what is Chinese? What is China itself? Are we referring to a civilization or former empire or now a modern nation state, or would be superpower? All right. So and of course, then how China, is it still a motherland to all overseas Chinese? How do Chinese, New Zealand Chinese, Filipino Chinese identify with China or not? All right. So this is a continually evolving challenge and question, and that is what makes it interesting, because overseas Chinese studies today in 21st century is no longer, I mean, to me, is no longer the same as when I started it. You know, when we founded ISSCO, for example, 30 years ago, it is not like that anymore. Now, and one of the challenges I think is also globalization and how within each region, you know, each host country, for example, in New Zealand, how people regard Chinese New Zealanders. Do they regard them, well, you know, legally, of course, I'm no longer alien, you know, now, no, all New Zealand citizens, totally New Zealand citizen. But when you walk in the street, you know, people, sometimes you might come across those who says that you should go home, all right? And this year, for example, in 2022, New Zealand, the Ministry of Education reintroduced history as a subject, as a compulsory subject for all primary and secondary schools. You know, for a long time we did without, we had social sciences enough, but now they wanted to have history. And so for the last 18 months or 24 months, in fact, I was involved in the input to the curriculum. What do we want the part of Chinese in New Zealand to be remembered, you know, by New Zealand students, that is not just Chinese, right? So I think overseas Chinese studies will continually be a contested area, really, you know, and it will be evolving a situation. As I said, very exciting. We leave it for our students and students to continue to do it, you know, for you young people to do it and explore in all sorts of ways. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ip. And that's super fascinating that you were involved in the curriculum stuff, because I think there's actually lots of really similar efforts in North America as well to introduce not necessarily history, but like Asian American history, Asian Canadian history into curriculum. So I think that's really interesting how they're sort of people are getting realized in the same time.
Yeah, recognizing the Chinese as one of the ethnic components in American society, Canadian or New Zealand society.
Yeah. So Professor Ling Guan, if you want to jump in as well.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very, very big issue. Was China, who are Chinese, or if you use Chinese language, 华人、华侨、中国人、侨胞、华裔. You know, we have so many different translations. All this in English is Chinese, plus overseas Chinese or Chinese overseas or ethnic Chinese. But anyhow, for studies, I think at the moment it's really a political issue, how to define Chinese overseas. The Chinese overseas is Professor Wang Gengwu. He first used this to describe Chinese abroad. And now in China, we say official number is there are 60 million Chinese overseas, 6,000,000万华侨华人. But how to count it? Nobody knows. Yeah, who can count it as Chinese overseas? I think, yeah, so this is a very interesting question. How do you identify yourself? So, but anyhow, I think now for scholars, yeah, we study Chinese abroad. We try to identify different groups. 华侨 who still keep Chinese nationalities. 华人 you have already naturalized, or you have already have a different citizenship. 华裔 like you, two of you were born abroad, but you have Chinese blood. So you were identified as 华裔. But many people, it's not so easy to define. For instance, for the third or fourth generations, they still identify themselves as like you, huh? Yeah, do you still identify yourself as Chinese? But this, I think, that's why now there is a new term is diaspora. Diaspora, first it was used for Jews, had very sad history, no motherland, no this and no that. But now it becomes more popular, just to used for people who were born not in their ancestors' country. But this diaspora, how to translate it into Chinese, that become a difficult question again. So now in China, there are I think there's more than 10 different translations. Li San, Liu San, Fei San, Tiao Ju, so many different translations. But this definition, it is rather vague, not very clear enough. And also, just like I just mentioned, I said Qiaoxiang, but in Southeast Asia, they will not use Qiaoxiang. They use Yuanxiang in Chinese, original hometown. They don't like this Qiao because for them, it is not a surgical anymore. They already have settled down there for generations. Also, sometimes you will see in China, they use all their motherland, 祖国, but now we have to change it to 祖籍国, ancestors' motherland, not your motherland. Your motherland is where you live, where you belong to. So we have this 祖籍国, we have this 住在国, where you live. We have so many different terms, different groups, people. So that's why we have continued to study. That's why we have so many scholars, generation for generation, study about this subject. And also, I think this world is changing, and many, many new things we never can imagine. For instance, this xenophobia. We never think this happened after this pandemic. No one can imagine if the 2 years, before the 2020 years, before the 2020, you never imagine this will happen. This pandemic will affect this world so much, also for Chinese abroad. So all these things really make us to rethink about what's the meaning of Chinese overseas. What's their future? So now we are planning East Coast Conference in coming November. And this topic is diasporic futures. What's the futures of Chinese overseas? No matter which country you identify yourself, but if you look like Chinese, you look like the Chinese people, this xenophobia happened in the United States or in other countries. So I think many new questions, many new challenges that we have to deal with, we have to study. So that's why I think we are very happy you so many young scholars to join us to study Chinese overseas, not only the history, but also contemporary, also to look for their future. So this is not a historical problem, not a historical subject, but also for the future, for everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lee. That was, again, so poignant, and I think really brings home just, again, as we asked earlier, why it matters, right? So that's so interesting. Thank you so much. And last but obviously not least, Professor Chu, do you want to give us the kind of closing word on interesting debates that you think are exciting for this field?
Yeah, I think the other speakers have pointed to the debate on what term to use for the field of study. Is it, do we use overseas Chinese? Do we use Chinese overseas? Do we use diaspora? I myself, I prefer to use Chinese diaspora. And I think it doesn't have to be one or the other. It really has to do with what you want to study, who you think you are, or what whom you want to study. I mean, for me, for example, just an example, overseas Chinese in Chinese or Mandarin is Huaqiao, and I think or that term had been translated from Huaqiao, and for me, a Huaqiao is someone who is really a citizen of China but happens to be living abroad. And still has very strong ties politically, I think, and of course culturally with China. So I think for people who want to study the experiences of these Huaqiao, I mean, it's okay to use Huaqiao, but for me, because I am interested in more like maybe people like my generation or people who share my experience as a Chinese, having been born and raised in another country, and belonging to the second, third, fourth generation, and I think for me that the term Chinese diaspora appeals to me more because it's not just in terms of identification, but also in terms of what scholars who are focusing on the Chinese diaspora, what we want to investigate or examine in our study. And so the other exciting part of the field, aside from the debates on which term to use, is just to see then how, because for scholars like me who look at the Chinese diaspora, my main question is, what are the external forces that are trying to shape and reshape Chineseness within a particular locale? Whether it's the hegemonic groups or whether it's the people themselves, the Chinese themselves, how are they negotiating their identities? So for us, it's not, at least for me, the question is not who is Chinese, but who is trying to define what a Chinese is. And how are people trying to define and redefine the term? Because the focus or the interest is, what are these forces, that are trying to, again, create hard boundaries or soft boundaries between the Chinese and other people, and why are they doing it? So it's really more deconstructing the term in order to reveal what the forces are, what are the forces, and why are they doing it. But at the same time, also investigating how the Chinese themselves are trying to contest those forces. And so that's, I think, for me and people who are Chinese diasporic scholars, not the word exciting, but sort of the main focus now is, even though we're trying to decenter China, in Chinese diasporic studies, you cannot. It's China is always going to affect the experiences of not just the Huaqiao, but even second, third, fourth generation Chinese. As much as you want to sort of not to tie their experiences with China, and this is due to some our Professor Lee had mentioned, due to some factors, like, and also Professor Wang. First, because of the pandemic, and second, because of China's rise as a power, a global power, and it's trying to extend its reach, to so many parts of the world. So that the interesting theme or topic right now for me and for other Chinese diasporic scholars is, how are these two, geopolitical and also social cultural factors that are involving China, how are they going to reshape and reshape again the ways that these Chinese diasporic communities are experiencing their lives? So I think that's, whether you're studying the Chinese in Panama, the Chinese in Australia, the Chinese in Italy, these two external forces are definitely have an impact on the experiences of these Chinese diasporic communities. And I think that's I guess, what many of these scholars will be focusing on.
Thank you so much, Professor Chu. And I think it's really interesting to end it on kind of turning our sight towards sites of power in shaping identity and how we're looking both inwards and outwards. So thank you so much. And unfortunately, we have to wrap this up now because of time. Thank you so much again to all our panelists for spending an hour and a half with us today. It was genuinely such an incredible conversation, and we cannot thank you all enough for sharing your knowledge, insights, and stories so generously with our lovely audience. And a big thank you, of course, to everyone watching from all over the world as well. We couldn't do this without you, and we hope you've enjoyed the panel.
And for the audience, if you have any questions, we'll have a link in the live stream chat or in the OCF audience group chats where you can ask questions for our guest speakers. And next up in OCF 2022 is our closing ceremony, where you'll hear from the committee of our OCF 2022 first with an announcement, followed by a speech by Li Junfeng, Executive Director of China Energy Research Council, as well as Dennis Gu, CEO of ACE. So you can stay with us right here on this channel to watch, or come back later to watch at any time. Thank you all again, and we really hope you have a lovely day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was a lovely conversation.
Bye-bye to the panelists.
Bye. Have a lovely morning, evening, afternoon.
Thank you. Good to see you all.
Yeah, good to see you.
See you all, Professor Wang, Professor Lee, and Professor Ip.
Thank you. Thank you. Lovely to see
Thank you very
you.
much, Luna and Irene.
Thank you.
Yeah. Really good session. Thank you.
This year, aiming to transcend boundaries on all fronts, from political to national to cultural levels. Our two English panels focus on discussing issues of global importance and relevance. Today, our global energy markets are in a major shift. Technologies of hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, and electric vehicle receive wider attention than ever from entrepreneurs and investors around the world. Countries also have set up ambitious climate targets and support clean energies through policymaking. Meanwhile, challenges abound. In 2021, China experienced a power shortage in August, while the UK underwent a fuel supply crisis in September. And currently, the crisis in Ukraine once again threatens the global energy landscape. Amidst this uncertain global landscape, what could be some opportunities for cooperation between UK, China, and the rest of the world? What are the implications to local communities? And how can energy revolution promote social equity? These are the questions that will be discussed in our energy and climate change panel. As for the overseas Chinese history, overseas Chinese, who variously refer to themselves as Huaqiao, Huaren, or Huayi, is an umbrella term for enormous and deeply heterogeneous global population. Broadly speaking, they all trace back at least part of their ancestry to historically Chinese-speaking regions, but live abroad. The diaspora that originated from this region has created rich cultures in complex ways. This panel opens up the opportunity to better appreciate the significance of these experiences by placing overseas Chinese stories and historical narratives at the center. To explore these topics, earlier this month, our panel directors very creatively shot a documentary of Chinese restaurant owners in Oxford, uncovering the lives of Chinese migrants and shop owners through illustrative interviews. How have communities both within and outside China's borders connected to each other historically? What kinds of cultural capital and political power have been built out of immigration? And could more interest in the diaspora's culture and history help us explore how Chineseness might function as global culture? These are the questions that can and will be addressed in the History Chinese panel.
好，欢迎大家来到牛津中国论坛2022闭幕仪式。非常感谢大家过去的4天对我们的支持，我们非常荣幸可以得到大家的关注。接下来，我们闭幕式的第一个部分，有请中国能源研究会常务理事李俊峰先生就碳中和青年行动发表我们今天的闭幕式演说。让我们来欢迎李俊峰先生。
各位同学，应该是那边的下午还是晚上？应该是下午，现在是北京的晚上。大家下午好。非常高兴出席第9届牛津中国论坛。今年的主题是碳中和。在中国，在2020年的9月份提出碳中和之后，其实过了1年之后，在去年的格拉斯哥，也是在英国。召开的第26届缔约方大会上，大家几乎所有的国家都提出了面向本世纪中叶的碳中和的行动方案。这个不仅包括欧盟、日本、美国这样的发达国家，也包括像中国、印度这样的发展中国家，也包括俄罗斯。可以说这些就是对世界不太关心的国家。 大家都提出了一个共同的目标，就是本世纪中叶能够让全球实现一个低排放的发展这么一个新的时代。其实气候变化这件事情已经谈了30多年，我想和大家要聊一聊，大家为什么要关心这件事情？其实它不仅仅是关心一个气候变化问题，它是推动人类要告别资源依赖，走向技术依赖，实现一个人类共同的可持续的发展的道路。这个它不仅仅解决了温室气体排放的问题，还解决了人类可持续发展的问题，同时要实现全人类所谓的整体性的共同性的这么一个目标。大家看到了，在2021年11月份格拉斯哥会议上，虽然每个国家都有不同的目标，看上去有差距，比方说中国是2060年实现碳中和，印度是2070年碳中和，美国是2050年实现碳中和。其实中国和美国的差距，我指的是发展水平的差距，绝对不会差10年。印度和中国的差距也不是差10年，大家都是为了一个相当共同的一个目标来实现人类的可持续发展。每一个国家都要付出艰苦的努力，但这种努力对每一个国家来说都是值得的。正像我们国家元首习近平先生所说的，因为气候变化对中国人来说不是别人要我们做，是我们自己要做。我在国内讲课的时候，我也讲的就是像我们每一个孩子，我们的家长都告诉你们要好好读书，要考上一个好的大学。这个考大甚至叫和平竞争的一个过程，我更希望用一个竞赛，而不是一个竞争。竞争呢是有输赢的，竞赛呢是没有输赢。所谓竞赛，大家就是刚刚在北京完成的奥运会，就是告诉了大家一个道理：这种竞赛虽然决出了第1名，也有最后1名。比方说，中国的高山滑雪的运动员，过去的时候我们只能争取前30名，这次我们进入了前20名，就非常高兴。原因在什么？就是我们在进步了。所以奥运会呢，它的目标是更高、更快、更强，是人类在这个过程中间不断的进步。碳中和呢也是如此，碳中和是人类共同实现一个低排放发展的目标。所以在这场竞赛之中呢，所有的国家都在不断的进步。大家想一想，如果到2050年美国实现碳中和之后，过了10年中国实现了碳中和，再过10年印度实现了碳中和，那就离世界在绿色和平这个道路上，它的大同就越来越近了。所以说，碳中和是一个全人类共同追求的目标，它这个和平的竞争、和平的竞赛、和平的过渡、和平的发展。所以说，大家应该看到，在这一个过去一段时间里面，由于新冠肺炎的肆虐，由于俄乌的冲突，会导致人们对这个世界有不同的看法。但是年轻人应该向前看，特别是要展望未来。就像这次奥运会说的，我们一起向未来。大家未来是什么？未来是世界更美好，为了我们的地球家园。其实为了一个地球家园，所有的纷争、所有的意识形态、所有的斗争都是微乎其微的。所以说，我们为了一个全球共同的可持续发展的目标，为了把一个地球留给子孙后代，每一个人都应该努力。中国需要努力，美国也需要努力，印度也需要努力。所以说，我在这个过程中间，我们应该珍惜我们的和平的环境。只有一个和平的环境，我们才能够真正的进行技术的创新，才有无忧无虑的学习，才能够取得我们梦寐以求的碳中和这一个成果。对于学生来说呢，不论怎么样，要做好自己，学习足够多的碳中和的知识。这种知识就像我们的国家元首所说的，碳中和它不仅是关乎中华民族的永续发展，更重要的是有利于构建人类命运共同体。它不仅推动中国的高质量发展和高水平保护，同时要推动全球的可持续发展。所以说，在这个过程中间，我们首先做好自己的事情，同时争取对我们这个地球做出更多的贡献。大家可以回顾 近300-400年来的科技发展史，我们中国人对全球的贡献并不多。比方说，我们从诺贝尔奖获得者来说，美国有接近200名，英国也有100多名，我们只有1-2个人。所以说，我们希望我们在你们努力的学习，掌握先进的科学知识，争取对全球全人类的发展做出贡献。就像你们说跨界无界，其实每一个国家的科学家，大家经常说这么一句话，科学无国界，科学家有国籍。其实这个话并不完全的对，所有的科学家他做的贡献都是对全人类的。所以说，我们希望每一个人学成之后，能够首先想到是为人类做出更多的贡献，然后才是去报效这个祖国。如果你的科学的发现、科学的成就不是对全人类做贡献的话，那就也就无法实现你对报效祖国的这种抱负。所以说，我们希望每一个人都应该胸怀天下，有着一种改变世界、改变未来的这么一种胸怀。只要有了这么一个大的志向之后，我们才不断的去充实自己、完善自己，然后我们才能够放弃一个小我，为了全球全人类。这样呢，我们在团结的一个碳中和的这种目标之下，为了实现这么一个目标，我们能够共同的奋斗。当然，对于中国来说，我们现在的任务可能更加困难。大家都知道，我们到2030年才能够碳达峰，到2060年再碳中和。看上去这个时间很漫长，但是只有30年的时间。大家都知道，发达国家像英国、像欧盟，都是在碳达峰之后，差不多有50年到70年的时间才实现了碳中和。中国只有30年的时间。大家应该想到，这是一个非常艰巨的任务，但是也是不得不完成的一个任务。大家想一想，如果中国到碳达峰之后也要用50年和70年的时间实现碳中和的话，那就意味着中国到2080年或者是要2100年才能实现碳中和。但是中国的目标是到2050年基本上实现现代化。那如果是我们在2080年和2100年才实现碳中和的话，就意味着我们到那个时候在很多地方要落后发达国家30年到50年的时间。这对于中国的可持续发展也好，对于全人类构建一个人类命运共同体也好，都是不利的。所以说，你们这一代应该发愤图强，争取用30年的时间，走完大部分发达国家在50年到70年的一个碳中和的历程。就像你们的先辈用了40年和70年的时间走完了发达国家200年的工业化历程是一样的。所以说，这个任务是艰巨的，道路也是比较曲折的，但是前景是光明的。所以说，你们肩负着一个伟大的历史责任，不仅仅是肩负着中华民族的可持续发展，同时也为构建人类命运共同体做出你们的贡献。总之，碳中和这是一面旗帜，所有的国家、所有的民族都可以团结在这个旗帜下，为全人类的未来，为一个美丽的地球，每一个人都应该做出你们的贡献。所以说，祝福你们，希望你们学成之后能够为全球、为人类，也为中国做出你们的贡献。谢谢各位。
谢谢李劲峰先生的精彩演讲，也让我们对青年群体在环境问题和全球其他大事上的行动有了更多的想法。这种跨越国界的视野给了我们很多的启发，也让大家了解了世界上很多的事情其实就像我们的主题所说的那样，是跨界而无界的。接下来我们 OCF 的组委会代表有一些话想和大家说，所以录了一段小视频，希望大家可以喜欢。
3、2、1，
欢迎大家来到牛津中国论坛2022的闭幕式。
我是今年论坛主席蔡子熙，也是牛津大学艺术专业大2的学生。
我是今年论坛副主席范希林，也是牛津大学政经哲专业大2的学生。
今年论坛不管台前幕后都有超多高光时刻。开幕式北京线下场，大家冒着大雪齐聚一堂，嗨聊天南地北。
跨学科板块中3个不同领域的老师展现出了学科的无数种排列组合方法，让人惊叹学术原来可以这么做。
乡村板块，嘉宾们进入会议房间时，就像老乡见老乡，恨不得隔着屏幕来个熊抱。 老龄化板块中，嘉宾们对未来虚拟养老院的描绘，让年轻人们纷纷畅想自己的老年究竟会怎样。虚拟偶像板块中，知名哲学教授竟化身絮叨的忧愁老父亲，担心女儿沉迷其中。能源与国关板块中，不同身份和立场的嘉宾为同一个目标输出观点。海外华人板块中，李明欢教授讲述着华侨社区互帮互助的故事，动情之处几经落泪。优绩主义对谈中，项彪和桑德尔两位大师思想上的化学反应简直是光芒四射，直击所有人的心。也有观众在弹幕中暗暗心疼项彪教授太瘦了，希望他能多补充营养。还有科幻科技与数字艺术板块，关于后人类和人工智能生成艺术的讨论也都让我们脑洞大开。不同板块间也有超多的梦幻联动。海外华人板块中，多位老师提到文化研究的跨学科方法论，让我们非常后悔没有直接把他们请来一起加入跨学科板块。科幻板块中，陈秋凡老师提到项彪老师关于内卷的研究。老龄化板块中，嘉宾们针对乡村发展和农村老龄人口等话题热烈讨论。很开心，嘉宾们用这样的方式呼应了我们跨界无界的大主题。与此同时呢，论坛组委会也人均小场面控场大师。沉浸在高手过招中的主持人西林猛然被项彪教授点名回答，虽然慌得一批，也应对自如。商业互吹谁不会嘛？同时存在于上百个群聊中的掌门人子熙，总能第一时间处理各种危机，就算睡觉也能从梦里蹦起来回复消息。还有随时随刻担当救火队急先锋的 Rachel 同学，细致负责每在关键时刻查漏补缺的 Stacy 同学，以及幕后维护我们门面网站和技术系统的朱浩朗同学，以及直播导演于佳明同学。虽然经常化身尖叫鸡，但依然能沉着应对直播后台各种情况。相信所有嘉宾都对那个醒目黄色歪嘴笑脸头像印象深刻。还有几十位极其靠谱的论坛组委会小伙伴，原谅我不能一一夸夸，但是确实是大家巨大的热情和努力，让这场论坛得以被看到。过去4天，本届论坛的总直播量突破280万，感谢大家的喜爱和认可。后续我们会尽快在论坛各大平台上线视频，我们会精准校对字幕，努力给大家最好的观看体验。如果大家喜欢我们的话，也许会想知道更多关于我们这个组织的事儿。我们是牛津大学官方学生组织，从2013年的时候10几个志同道合的小伙伴开始，到2018年我们第一次邀请国内外各界大佬齐聚牛津谈天说地。2020年和2021年，疫情让我们打开脑洞，让论坛走出牛津，通过更多线上和线下的活动，触达到了更多来自五湖四海的可爱的观众朋友们。我们的核心团队也不只有牛津的小伙伴们，也有其他学校的同学和甚至工作党，比如正在996的宣传负责人宇轩，没错，那么多公众号推文和观众群全都是他负责的。还有来自伦敦大学学院的外联负责人 Evan 同学，多亏了他，大家才能从各种平台偶然看到我们。我们来自不同的地方，奔赴各自的远方，也只有在牛津中国论坛，我们带着共同的理想，用深夜激情爆肝，点燃思想的火花。我们的运作模式不是金字塔，而是轻松的联邦制。不管是宣发部门还是活动部门，只要你有想法就可以提出，在每个月的成团之夜向大家展示。组委会的大众评审团将为最有趣的想法撑腰。这就是为什么我们的论坛话题能有这么大的广度和深度。我们集中了来自不同学校、不同专业、不同兴趣的超级优秀的小伙伴们闪闪发光的想法。在牛津中国论坛，比较政治专业出身的独立活动负责人韩博文策划起了虚拟偶像板块，读文化人类学的朋友则策划起了中国摇滚系列专访。在这里，没有什么能够阻挡你对新鲜创意的向往。如果你也想加入这群理想主义又脑洞大开的小伙伴们，请关注我们的火花计划。接下来1个星期，我们将短暂开放通道，招募少量有梦想、有能力的小伙伴加入明年的核心团队。不管你是在高中、大学还是已经工作了，不管你对内容策划、嘉宾邀请、外联合作还是直播技术感兴趣，都欢迎你来填写我们的招募问卷。你可以在画面下方找到招募问卷的2维码，我们也会在观众互动群、微信公众号以及小红书等平台发布招募信息，欢迎大家关注哦。从2013到2022，牛津中国论坛已经9岁了。2023年将是论坛成立的第10年，希望大家的热情和理想可以让未来的论坛给更多人带来光与热，让火花变成火炬。撒花！杀青！
好的，朋友们，我回来了。如果大家喜欢我们的内容，也喜欢我们的组委小伙伴们，欢迎大家参与我们的火花计划，成为2023年牛津中国论坛的核心成员。最后，让我们有请到优秀青年代表 ACE 合伙人 Dennis 学长来分享他跨界的经历。让我们有请 Dennis 学长。
同学们大家好，大家可以叫我 Dennis。那么呢，我呢今天就给大家来现身说法，从我自己的人生经历出发，给大家聊一聊我认知中的这个跨界。那什么叫跨界？我想给大家分享一下我的3段人生经历。一段呢是我做了8年的 investment banking career as a investment banker。第2段呢是我很跳脱的去港大读了一个佛学的硕士这个港大的这个 Master of Buddhist Studies。第3段呢就是我现在做的 ACE， 也就是帮大家做非常全面的 recruiting guidance， 给同学弟兄们分享我们这些年在financial services 对吧，在这个行业中以及 recruiting 上的一些经验和教训。那从这3件事项给大家分享一下我认知中的什么叫做跨界。那么跨界呢，在我认知里面其实就是一种 connecting the dots， 像 Steve Jobs 所说的 connecting the dots from hindsight， 也是一种 integration，更是一种厚积薄发，这是我的一个理解和认知。那最后呢，我也希望能够给同学们有我这个 humble 的一小段人生经历，给同学们一点点小小的启发和这个经验和教训。So let's get started。那么我想跟大家分享的是我的第1段 career 呢，其实是 starting 2013。I've been an investment banker for many years。我本科毕业以后，当时在美国念的本科回到了香港做这个投行。那么第1份工作呢，就是在德意志银行做 investment banking。那么后来做了很多年。那么这张照片其实就是当时 DB 的整个的 training 当时在伦敦整个 class 全都拉到伦敦去做一个 training。So this is where all it started, okay? And then the busy and fast-paced life of investment bankers, as you can imagine， 很多年的这个很多项目，对吧？做了很多的这个工作。那么，但是其实到了可能4、5年、5、6年以后呢 ，it makes you wonder， 你多做一本 pitch book， 少做一本 pitch book， 对这个世界有什么影响吗？你多做一个项目，少做一个项目，对这个世界有没有什么帮助呢？对吧？ It makes you wonder, it makes you feel suspicious, it makes you think about the value you create, whether that's something you truly want。 所以又经历了一些人生挫折以后呢，我就去读了一个港大的一个硕士，是一个非常特别的一个 program， 叫做这个 Master of Buddhist Studies。那这个项目其实是 one of the best thing that ever happened to me， 非常棒的一个项目。我必须得无脑吹一波港大这个佛学的硕士项目其实有非常多的僧团，有斯里兰卡的僧团，这个台湾的僧团，有大陆的僧团，有这个包括有这个很多东南亚的一些国家的僧侣一起参加。我同学里面有很多的僧侣，也有很多的这个业界的对佛教有兴趣有热爱的人们。And that made me realize about one thing。About the true value of our life， and 也能够让我对人生的到底该做什么事情有更好的一个思考。我来举个例子佛教中有一个观念叫做施无畏这个牌匾是在东京的浅草寺，有可能同学们可能去过东京，去过浅草寺，但抬头看一下呢，这里面这个牌匾叫做施无畏。佛教里面的有一个非常核心的观念叫做布施，叫做 giving。 那布施这个东西在传统的这个古汉语中，其实有佛教的这个经典就有3个意思第一个叫做以财布施，我们拿钱给别人。第2呢叫做以法布施，就是我们以法以 Dharma 去这个佛法去告诉别人，去影响别人。第3个最难做到的呢，其实是以金刚无畏心布施。也就是说，在旁人很痛苦、很迷茫、很纠结、很绝望的时候，我们是否能够以一个恰到好处的方式，一个最这个随缘开示、随缘相助的一个方式，把能够让别人心中生出像金刚石一样的无畏心，这叫做以金刚无畏心布施。也就是说 ，Can you help people by helping them to have a sense of to instill a sense of fearlessness like a diamond in people's heart. Can you do that? 这个是最高等级，也是最难做到的一件布施。那么后来呢，我就创办了 ACE， 其实也就是做同样的一件事情，因为我知道我自己当年也是这样哈，很多同学们在求职路上，在做金融的求职路上，尤其是这样，会有非常多的困难和纠结、彷徨，不知道该怎么样去做。那么我们每年会在各个学校开好多的讲座，然后给同学们分享这些经验和教训，能够帮助学弟学妹们能够避免我们当年踩过的这些坑。那么这些年下来呢，我们帮助了无数的学弟学妹们去走上了一个这个金融的行业，那么进到了一线的这个 bulge brackets， 对吧？进到了很多大的买方，不管在伦敦、纽约还是在香港、上海、北京，遍布着我们 ACE 的这个同学们。所以整个的 ACE 这件事情在我来看的话，就是一个我自己的一个非常humble 的一个跨界的尝试。我从 banking career 开始，然后它是一个跨界这件事，在我看来，它是就像 Steve Jobs 讲的，它是 connecting the dots from hindsight。当你在做的时候，如果你想着想要跨界，想着想要去做些别的事情，其实很多时候并不能有很好的效果。只有当你回过头来看的时候，才能看到原来那时候我跨了界，原来那时候我做的事儿都是有意义的。You can only connect the dots from hindsight。所以在我看来呢，跨界它就是一个 integration， 是一个merging your history with your ambition, with your core value, with what you believe。那么从我个人来看 ，ACE 呢这件事情，我们帮助同学们做求职的策划这件事情，本身就是我的 history, my previous career, my religious belief, my value system, my faith and my passion 的一个跨界和一个融合。所以呢，我也希望我这一点点人生的小小的经历和小小的这个经验和教训哈，给同学们一点小小的思考。Stay true to what you believe, stay humble and stay hungry。只有这样才能够扎实走好每一步，在你以后跳出那个 leap of faith 的时候，才能够毫不犹豫的以最大的速度去冲刺。谢谢大家时间，好，拜拜。